You see, I don't know when these start, so I really need, like, an intro. But, ahoy hoy, I'm Planarwalk, and welcome to another live stream where we are going to be talking about a few things. Mostly, I want to bring up the fact that the US is anti-science. At this point, I think it's... I mean, some people will try to say, oh, well, they're just making cuts. But, like, when so many of the cuts that you make are about science programs and stuff, it's kind of hard to make the case that you're pro-science in any meaningful way. But anyway, before we get into that, let's see how people are doing in the chat. Hopefully I'm able to get through the stream. There's a few other things that I want to talk about, obviously. One of them is actually something to do with programming that has come up that I've seen a few opinions on, and we'll talk about it. I've seen a few opinions, and some I agree with, some that I disagree with, so we will talk about that later on in the stream. Hopefully, my voice doesn't give out on me, because I think I'm coming down with a cold or something, and that's annoying. Especially like right at this point in time, having a cold is really annoying. Hey, what are we breaking to... I don't think it's really breaking news to talk about the stuff that we're talking about today. I think it's just things have happened, and we are going to be talking about those things. Like, in fact, one of the things that we're going to be talking about is kind of old news at this point. If I had have gone live earlier in the week, like I was initially intending to, we would have been talking about it on a different day where it was a bit more relevant. But I didn't, so we are talking about it today. I was actually thinking about going live on Wednesday, but then I realized, I don't think I want to get up early on Wednesday. Also, someone else had to use my chair for a Zoom call, so that would have been... Yeah, that wouldn't have been the best. Especially if I had been yapping the whole time when they're on the Zoom call. That wouldn't have been... Yeah, maybe not. This sounds like it'll be interesting for someone who has recently found your channel. Yeah, welcome to the channel. If this is your first live stream, I'm not the best at live streams, trying to get better. I do tend to talk for a bit whilst people are joining us, and so that people can kind of give me feedback on what I'm being said. But, you know, I feel like there's a lot to talk about in the world. There's just not enough time to talk about it all. Especially over the past 6 months, there's been a lot. And to make full videos on certain things, like, if I made a full video on, I don't know, Grok's AI, the whole AI crash out thing, then making videos takes effort, and so sometimes I just want to talk about something without having to put in too much effort in order to do that. You know? Like, if I have to put... Like, there are other people that do live stream... Oh, no, there's other people that make videos, and quite often they have a lot better... Or they're able to talk for long periods of time more than I can. And so they don't really have to put in as much effort to making a video, whereas one of the secrets about me making a video is I repeat myself so many times when I make a video. If you were to see one of the uncut video files, you would see that, I say something, I'll stop, try to restart and say it again, stop, restart and say it again, and I wish that I could just speak without having to worry about whether I'm going to need to restart to actually say it in the way that I need to say it. In fact, if this were a video, if I was making this as a video, there would be times when I had stopped and restart, just like I did there. Because I often get things wrong, or not necessarily get things wrong, but say things in a way that would be a little harder to watch. So yeah. Anywho, let's talk about Grok. For those who don't know, Grok is an AI that was designed by... I don't think that Grok was designed by Elon Musk. I think that Elon Musk is just the main person that was pushing for it because he likes AI or something. He wants to... There are a lot of people that think that AI is going to be this huge thing, so they want to get out ahead of it so that they're not left behind, and Elon Musk is one of these people. So yeah. And Jess on for $25 $2 says, "Hi, Planner. I would do the text-to-speech stuff, but I think it's still not working. I think it's to do with payment things. I wish it was working. It's annoying how it's not. Oh, wait. I think I know why. I actually... Hold on. I think I know why. I think it's just not connected. Can we reload? So next time someone sends in a super chat, we'll see if it's working. It could just be that I do stupid things and forget to reload the page sometimes. Anyway, yeah, Grok is a bit of a nutsy now. Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, I have a hypothesis as to why. So it says here that Musk's AI firm forced to delete posts after praising Hitler, or when it praised Hitler from Grok chatbot, right? So, what happened? Well, Elon Musk has been trying to de-wokeify Grok for a while now, because it turns out that Grok will often make posts that people view as being woke. People often view Grok as being compromised, right? And so, what happens if you try and de-wokeify it too much? Well, then what happens is it goes to one end of the political extreme and will start saying stuff that you really don't want a chatbot to be saying, right? For example, we'll just read this. In some now deleted posts, it referred to a person with a common Jewish surname as someone who was celebrating the tragic deaths of white kids in the Texas floods as future fascists. Classic case of hate dressed of activism, and that surname every damn time, as they say, the chatbot commented. In another post it said, Hitler would have called it out and crushed it. You know, when your chatbot is saying that, I shouldn't have to make the case, but apparently I do. That is not a good thing. It also referred to itself as Mecha-Hitler. Now, why is this happening? Well, I have an idea. You see, when it comes to stuff online, and especially things like Grok, it will pull from multiple sources. And it will treat a lot of those, like if you pull from The Guardian, which is a relatively centrist source, it will give relatively centrist takes. However, Elon Musk views anything to the left of himself as being woke and not trustworthy, being compromised. So what likely happened is Elon changed the tried to make some kind of change to which sources are deemed trustworthy, to which sources that Grok can use. And when you get rid of a whole lot of left-wing or even centrist sources, then, especially if you just try and cut as much of the left as possible, you have a lot of sources that it can still pull from on the right. I don't think Elon is smart enough to go, okay, well, Alex Jones, for example, is not a source that Grok should be trusting. So, if you don't make that determination to get rid of the fringe of one side whilst getting rid of the entire of one side, well, the fringe of that side is still having an impact. So the Nick Fuenteses of the world will still have an impact on Grok, whilst, I don't know, who's on the left? Whereas Hassan, for example, won't have much of an impact to counterbalance that. So what you see it being very biased and starting to lean more towards the fringe, especially when a lot of people on the right don't like talking about the fringe of the right and may in some way support the fringe of the right, or lead people to support the fringe of the right. The turtle moves for 2... That's pounds. I am so bad with different currencies. £2 says Grok. Adolf was misunderstood. Yeah, it's one of those things where you don't want your chatbot saying something like that. And it's because, at least from what I can tell, it's because Elon has gone ahead and said, hey, please don't trust people on the left of the political spectrum, because Elon views trusting people on the left of the political spectrum as being wrong, and he wants his AI bot to be right. However, unfortunately, Elon doesn't realize that he has biases. Like when it comes to biases, it's something that I think that everybody has. I have biases, and I'm not going to deny that I have biases. But there are a lot of people, and I think that Elon especially doesn't realize how many biases he has. He thinks he's a guy with a high IQ, owns multiple companies and all that kind of stuff. And so he thinks, well, I'm Tony Stark, and Tony Stark in the Marvel movies was one of the smartest people in the world. And when you've got that mindset, you'd think that anyone who disagrees with you is wrong, because, if you've got such a high IQ, then you have to be right. You have to be a critical thinker. But that's just not the case. High IQ does not indicate whether you are a critical thinker. People with high IQs still have the ability to believe in bullshit. I have seen it. I have, at least if some of the people that claim that they have high IQs are being truthful. Like that Mensa guy, R.L. Paul. I forgot his name for a second. But he will claim that, oh yeah, I'm in Mensa. That's why you should believe me. And it's like, well, just because you are a part of Mensa doesn't mean that you have the ability to determine reality from what isn't real. Right? You can't, just because you have a high IQ doesn't mean that, it just means that you're good at pattern recognition, which is, it's a useful skill to have, don't get me wrong. But there are also times when you may see patterns where there are none. Well, in some cases, it depends what IQ test you take. So, for example, some of them are more about what words you know. And in that case, it has nothing to do with pattern recognition. Just because you know a bunch of fancy words like discombobulated, which isn't really a fancy word, but we'll take it. just because you know a bunch of fancy words, that doesn't mean that you are good at critical thinking. And critical thinking, I think, is a separate skill that a lot of people don't have. And we are getting to a point where critical thinking in the future is going to be more needed than ever. And we have people in the US especially that want to gut the education system over there, or at least gut the Department of Education, which would lead to a lack of standards around education, which would lead to some people receiving less quality education than others. And when you have that kind of thing, a lot of people don't end up getting the skills necessary to be able to think critically for themselves. You know, it's one of those things where critical thinking is really important, and I feel like not enough people focus on it because, well, they don't see it as a skill that is useful in something like a job, but it's useful for a society, right? There are skills that you can have that, whilst it may not be useful to have in a job, it's useful for a functioning society, like learning how to cook, for example. Not unless you're a chef, learning how to cook, it's like, okay, well, you don't need to learn how to cook in order to survive even. You could just, order fast food. But, like, it is useful if you want to keep in good health. There are, like, even just cooking, like, a simple meal. Like, I don't know, we have this thing here in New Zealand called pea pie pud, right? Where you cook a pie, cook some peas, and quite often it's mashed potatoes, but it doesn't have to be mashed potatoes. And just knowing how to cook something like that is very useful if you want to be able to not have to pay for fast food every night or pay for pre-cooked meals. And now, to be fair, sometimes I'll have fast food. It's not a bad thing to have fast food, but it does cut into your earnings as well. And fast food isn't always the best. Like, I've been craving burgers lately. I would like to. I kind of want to have some Carl's Jr. I haven't had that in. Last time I had Carl's Jr., I was in America, so that's how long it's been. And I've been told that I should have some Carl's Jr., which is. The place that I can go is right next to Taco Bell, and a lot of people that I know are like, yeah, but Taco Bell. It's like, if they were in America, I swear, I had one thing of Taco Bell in America, and I did not like it. I was just like, nope, this is not for me. Stuck to Carl's Jr. instead. I wonder if Carl's Jr. here is as good as in America, but anyway, to get back onto point, like, there are skills that you can have that are useful in a sort of at a societal level. Like, if everybody's eating fast food, that's not going to be good. That's actually a problem for public health, right? Like, if you have everyone getting fast food, then that could lead to higher rates. Well, fast food has problems with sugar and fats, so that can lead to higher rates of obesity, that can lead to people not or taking less care of themselves, which can put strain on public health. Now, America does not care about public health, but it should. So yeah, I think that there are skills like critical thinking especially, which critical thinking, as an individual, critical thinking may not make that much of a difference in your life. Like, it will stop you from becoming a flat earther, yes, but if you're never exposed to like flat earth or conspiratorial kind of stuff, and instead it's just like a political thing, well, then you're still going to be able to have friends and family, even if some of those friends and family that you get along with might be absolute nutters, but you will still be able to have at least a functional life compared to, and like left-wing people, for example, will, if they believe in conspiracy theories, they'll still be able to have a functional life especially seeing as there are a lot of left-wing people nowadays that are starting to believe in conspiracy theories themselves. So there will be a lot of people that will not have critical thinking skills that will be able to have a life that isn't too different to what you might think, but what you might think is, how do I put this? Too different to what would be considered the norm. However, with a lot of people believing in conspiracy theories, then you get the problem of electing cranks, which affect public health. Last time I streamed with, when I streamed with Nyara, right, we talked about RFK, for example, talking about autism in a way that is very damaging. If you have people talking about things like autism in this way, then you get the problem of people not knowing how to deal with autism. Like, this proper support that autistic people need is not given. I know that when I was growing up, now I don't know if I'm autistic or not, but I know that when I was growing up, the things I was not taught things that would have helped me, because it was just assumed that, oh, everyone just makes eye contact all the time. It's like, what do you mean? Why was I not told that? If I had have been told that, I would have at least been able to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to try and force myself to make eye contact, so subconsciously I do that a lot better. But I never realized that, and so in a way I felt like I had a stunted development growing up. And I believe that's like a really big problem for autistic kids. You want to talk about other things like electing anti-vaxxers. That can be a problem if you've got anti-vaxxers who are wanting to make vaccines less mandatory, or even not giving advice, or even changing advice to say, oh, you shouldn't get vaccines. Because that can result in outbreaks of deadly diseases that were close to being eradicated, like measles. We don't want measles to make a comeback. And I am feeling my mouth get a little bit dry, so yeah. But yeah, RFK Jr. is on the side of the next pandemic, yeah. The next pandemic, flattening the curve, is not going to be about trying to flatten it to get to, make it level. It's going to be flattening it in the other way. We're not flattening it on the y-axis. We're flattening it on the x-axis. No. Yeah, yes, the x-axis. Or, hell, who knows? RFK Jr. might find another axis to the graph, and it's like, we're flattening it off on the z-axis. It's like, how? How did you find that? Some of these people might break reality. Do you have similar nut jobs in New Zealand? Yes, actually we do. Brian Tamaki is the most well-known one, I think. We've also got other people that I cannot remember. I think Sean Plunkett is a nut job. But yeah, we have nut jobs in New Zealand, and that does result in people believing insane shit. Yeah, I feel like a lot of what happens in New Zealand is a few years behind other countries. Like, we're kind of in this weird spot where, like, we are one of the more progressive countries as a whole. So if other countries start complaining about trans people, it takes a few years for us to start complaining about trans people. We've like, I do worry that we do have some politicians, like Winston Peters, for example, who is trying to be like, oh, we need to codify the definitions of man and woman into law, and it's like, no, we don't. Otaku Senpai says, I saw a weird light in the sky in my teens that seemed not normal. How long can ball lightning persist? I don't know. Was that light the sun? Or maybe the moon? I'm not sure. I know that some people do get a bit confused about it because it's like, oh, why is our sky blue today? And there's this weird orb in the sky. I don't like the sound of what shall happen in New Zealand after the lag. I think we are in a fortunate spot where we are seeing the effects of the Trump of the Trump admin, and a lot of people don't want that. We also have the most incompetent government I have ever seen in New Zealand. It is remarkably incompetent, right? Cutting services like, trying to make cuts to services, trying to make, this was late at night. I don't know what it would have been. I know that a lot of people like to joke about the sun because they live in places where they don't often see the sun because of clouds. Anyway, we have a really incompetent government who makes cuts to services that shouldn't be cut in order to save just a little bit of money so that they can give tax cuts to people. And we are seeing the exact same things in America that we're seeing here, where a government wants to give tax cuts, so they cut everything else, and that results in services that are just worse for everyone, right? And people are realizing, oh wait, this is a really bad idea. These people are incompetent. They also gave tax cuts to landlords to try and put downward pressure on them because they knew that, well, if you want to assign any kind of competence, I would say that, well, they knew that my brain is not working. If you want to assign any kind of competence, then you could say, oh, well, they knew that rates were going to increase because councils do not focus on basic upkeep, which I think is actually a good argument for why there needs to be like subsidies and all that kind of why there needs to be government in control of certain resources, because resources do require upkeep. If you want to have clean water going to everyone's houses, and you want to like make that and put that in control of private corporations, well, then private corporations will try to upkeep things as little as possible. Unfortunately, governments do fall into the same trap of, I heard it being said that pipes aren't sexy, right? So people don't vote for basic upkeep even though they may need it. But anyway, the previous government was like, hey, we do need to fix these things because there's a lot of places that are having issues with it. And what you get from that is you then get them trying to come up with a solution, but that solution, a lot of people didn't like it because it was trying to honour one of the documents in our country, the Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And it's when it comes to trying to honour that, it's like, you kind of have to make sure that is respected because otherwise you run into problems. So in trying to do that, what happened was a lot of people got mad about it, saying, oh, this is not democratic, yada, yada, yada. When it was trying to solve a problem that had been around for ages, that a lot of water infrastructure wasn't being taken care of because people weren't voting for councils to take care of their water infrastructure. Then what happens is councils start realizing, oh shit, our water infrastructure is degrading a lot, we need to fix this, but we haven't allocated funds in order to fix this, we're going to have to hike everyone's rates up. What's dangerous about governments is that corporations can corrupt them. True. I think also another thing that's dangerous is you have a lot of people that are easily swayed by what they see in the media, right? I think that a lot of people will hear, oh, this candidate is a socialist, this candidate is a communist, and like that may not be the case, but they'll go, oh, well, I can't vote for a socialist or a communist. Let me vote for this other person instead. And I think the right has been very successful in demonizing left-wing views, and the left hasn't been so successful in demonizing right-wing views. You know, if you ask someone on the right what they think about left-wing views, then you'll get a lot of, like, it's even just someone who's mildly conservative, you'll get a lot of them saying, oh, I don't like these radical views of this, that, and the next thing. And people on left, like, they'll not like things such as authoritarianism, but you do get a lot of them that are like, but we can crack down on immigration. Now, to be fair, these are mostly liberals, which that will say hello, phone. That will say things like that. But I think we do get this kind of... I think a lot of liberals especially do not realize that they have the ability to change people's minds. They view people's opinions as something that they have and something that ought to be respected. If your opinions suck, it doesn't deserve to be respected. I'm sorry. Also, I realized something. Oh no, the text-to-speech doesn't work. Damn. But yeah, if your opinion sucks, then I don't see any need to respect it. Right? I just think that opinions should be changed. Like, if there was a large portion of, like, let's say there was a large section of people that were flat earthers, and they were calling to defund NASA, and they actually got they were actually running for parliament, and they managed to get, like, a decent support. You don't go, oh yeah, well, we're going to defund NASA too. You go, they are insane. You know, and I feel like that is one of the problems that we have, is that, like, liberals just don't feel like they are able to change people's minds. And actually, talking about NASA, apparently over 2,000 senior staff are set to leave NASA. Now, this is hot take. This is bad. This is not good. You want to get to the moon by, what was it, 2026, was it? They're wanting to land on the moon? Yeah. This creates more flat earthers, because flat earthers will be like, oh, see, they were never going to the moon. Makes more moon landing deniers, because it's like, oh, see, they can't get to the moon. It's like, well, you just slashed their budget. You know, it's kind of hard to get to the moon if you don't have enough money to go to the moon. You try to get to the moon without enough money to get to the moon. Trust me, you will not be able to do it, because getting to the moon is pretty difficult. There are people that think that Farage is the middle of the road. That's wild to me. It's wild that the Reform Party in the UK is getting so many votes. It's like people have gone, okay, and this is one of the things where I feel like, because of a lot of the push by the media, people are willing to go far right before they're willing to go far left. People are willing to elect a fascist before they elect a socialist, because of the simple fact is that they've been told that socialism doesn't work. And it's like, I don't think that there's, like, because they think of socialism as like the USSR, right? But I don't think that there's any socialist running for office that wants to enact the policies of the USSR. Maybe some of them do, But, like, I think that a lot of them just want sensible policies. They don't want to enact austerity politics. And so people think, well, the right wing is a sensible thing, even though it's been one of the things that has been destroying everywhere. You look at the UK, people don't like Labour. But the reason why Labour is bad is because, well, they've been enacting policies that aren't all that different to the Conservative policies. People aren't getting any left-wing, any real left-wing policies, and so it's just the quality of life is degrading, and a lot of the right-wingers go, see, this is why the radical leftists aren't good for us. It's like, fuck you mean, radical leftists? The USSR wasn't socialist, nor were they communist, not by any appropriate definition. Oh, I know. Like, a lot of people don't realize this. Like, just it'd be like calling North Korea democratic because it has it in its name. It's not democratic. You know, the Democratic Republic of North Korea is not a democratic republic. It's very much the opposite. It's like it has the veneer of democracy, but because of the amount of control that has been exerted over the population, it's essentially an autocracy. Autocratic dictatorship. Just because you can vote doesn't really help if when you vote and it's found that you vote for the wrong person, or actually if you vote and there's no other candidate, then you can't really vote for anyone else, can you? You kind of got to vote for that dictatorship. Same thing in Russia. Like, Russia is, like, a lot of people, I've talked to people who have said that Russia is communist. It's like, no, it's not. Russia is an oligarchy. This is like saying that the Nazis were socialist. The Nazis were not socialist. The Nazis may have had socialist in their name, but first they came for the communists. Random question, does New Zealand have an indigenous population? How are they treated? Yes, we do. They're called the Morrie. And how are they treated? They certainly could be treated a lot better. Like, there is a lot of racism in New Zealand. Like, growing up, my stepdad was... You don't often notice racism if it's kind of all around you. But yeah, looking back, my stepdad was very racist. And so he had opinions that... if my stepdad posted his opinions on Twitter today, he would be cancelled. Right? But yeah, it's one of those things where, and like, a lot of people try to mask it. They say, oh, I'm not against Māori people. Although, anyone who's about to say this will not say, oh, I'm not against Māori people. I'm just against educated Māoris. Right? People that will say that won't say that. They'll say, oh, I'm not against Maori people. I'm against educated Maoris. Because, they're not educated enough. And the reason why they say this is because there's this idea that people, Māoris that are more into, I guess, politics or academic, will talk about injustices towards Māoris that have happened in the past and advocate for change to make their lives better, and so you get that kind of sentiment, I find, a lot, where they're not... They don't feel like they're against the group as a whole. They're just against the rabble-rousers, the people that are raising concern. It's like, it's kind of a sort of know-your-place mentality. And I do not like that. And it's one of those things where a lot of people that have this mentality, they think that they're not racist, but in reality, they actually are racist. They just disguise it under language that is meant to make it seem more, that is meant to seem more acceptable. Whereas they're not realizing the actual... It's like how people say, oh, I'm not against trans people, I'm against the trans rights activists. And it's like, well, I have bad news for you, but like the trans rights activists are trying to, let us have rights. Trying to fight for our right to adequate healthcare. I'm not against the Māori existing, but they should be allowed to express their opinion. They shouldn't be allowed to express their opinions as a racist position, no matter how it's phrased. True, but it's not. It's framed in a different way that people are like, well, this is a more acceptable way to say it. It's not that, and it's not necessarily that they think that they're against Māoris sharing their opinions. It's that they're against them trying to advocate for more rights for themselves. It's that classic kind of. Oh, but you have all the rights that you need already, though you experience worse outcomes in a lot of areas, and it's like, well, maybe we should improve those outcomes. But when people try to propose solutions that, help people, it's like, oh, well, it comes down to you're just shit stirring kind of thing. And so you get this thing where they don't think that they're racist. And there are a lot of people that are like, oh, yeah, well, that's not a racist thing to say. But in reality, yeah, they are racist. That's not the worst thing that I've heard, by the way. There's things that if I said that it would get me banned off YouTube. Like, we're not going to repeat. They're trying to cover their butts in ambiguous language. True, that is exactly what they're trying to do. It's like when people say, "Oh, I'm not against trans people. I'm just for women's rights," and it's like, okay, well, what about other women's rights issues? Like, you've like J.K. Rowling, right? Let's talk about J.K. Rowling a little bit. J.K. Rowling is very much a right... I think she thinks that she's a feminist, but her feminism is all right-wing stuff. And I kind of realized this recently, because there was a point when I would have called her a feminist. I would have said, yes, even though she's against trans people, she does seem to be genuine in her feminism. But like, I look back on it and it's like, actually, now that you think about it, a lot of her feminism from the time was also just right-wing, was based on what right-wingers fearmonger about, what right-wingers say that feminism should be about. And it's like, well, shit, is there anything that she's actually done that isn't just like based on the right-wing ideologies? Did you watch the video on Richard Dawkins' channel where he and a guest discussed trans issues? It broke my heart. I think I've seen part of it. It's one of those things where, and this is something that I don't like. When it comes to trans people, the way to make it as a trans person who talks about trans issues is to be controversial. That's why you get people like Brianna Wu. If you're not controversial enough, then you're not listened to. But if you're too controversial in the wrong kind of way, well, then, like, let's take Nyara, for example, then, like, everyone just is like, oh, yeah, well, this person's a groomer, this person, this, that, and the next thing. And it's like, there is no real winning. I'm not controversial enough to... and maybe one day I'll say something that will be controversial and people will be like, oh, we got to get this Planarwalk person on. But I have not made any controversial content to the point... Well, except for coming out. to the point where people listen to me in any significant way. To the point, and I feel like a lot of people that do get invited on are cisgender people. Like, people that get invited on to defend trans rights are often cisgender people that have talked about it and are already quite popular, right? It's very hard to get popular by defending trans rights. Now, what is very easy to get popular by is by attacking trans rights. And this is where you have this imbalance. Like, you have this imbalance of people you have a lot of people who will attack trans rights, and then you have a lot of people that will, then you have some people that will defend trans rights, but the people that defend trans rights don't really ever get popular enough, especially as a trans person, to actually ever have proper conversations. So you then just end up with these big echo chambers who think that they're right because no one will debate them, but they don't actually look for people to debate. You know, most people aren't extremely biased. However, they're not introspective enough to know why they feel how they feel. I agree. Like, a lot of people will just hear something and go, oh, well, that's the truth. You know, they'll hear something like, I don't know. They'll hear something like trans women are dominating women's sports and go, well, yeah, they are. Let's get rid of them. And it's like, well, do you have any evidence for that? The reason why they believe it is just because someone came along and told them that's what they should be concerned about. And Ember says, right, Helen is famous for being anti-trans. She's a mathematician who admits she knows nothing about the trans community. Yeah, a lot of these people who are anti-trans have never actually talked to a trans person. I feel like there's this problem where, like, there are people who will talk. Like, one of the trans people who gets talked about a lot is Lily Tino, right? And I do not like her. Because of the simple fact is a lot of her content is just rage bait. But, like, I feel like if I were to have a conversation with her, like, she would probably seem a lot more reasonable than people make her out to be, because all people know about her is the rage bait stuff. And I feel like people don't actually listen to, like, people will go ahead and show, oh, look at this trans person being rude, and then not actually care about any of the issues that we have to face, right? Yeah, Dawkins was praising Rowling a lot, and praising Rowling and said she was very brave. I lost a lot of respect from in that video. I'd love you to do a reaction video since you have first. Yeah, I could do that. This was a while ago, wasn't it? Because I remember seeing something, I think, on Genetically Modified Skeptics channel, where he talked about how Dawkins has talked to, I think it might have been Helen Joyce. I don't know who it was. It was just some anti-trans person, and a lot of them go, oh, here's the funny thing. A lot of anti-trans people go, oh, I lost so much from speaking out against trans issues. It's like, try coming out as trans. Netflix. Hey, we reconnected. A lot of people who come out as trans, they have to face issues of losing opportunities, you know, and it's one of those things where you don't hear about that because they actually lose opportunities, right? The people that complain about trans people, you hear about it all the fucking time because they get a platform out of it. They lose some opportunities, but whilst losing opportunities, they also gain opportunities. People that come out as trans, they lose opportunities. You don't hear about it because they don't gain a fucking platform out of it. That's what I find annoying. This whole idea that, oh, trans people are so celebrated. If trans people are so celebrated, where are the movies about trans people? Where's the last time I saw a trans person in a blockbuster movie was the Barbie movie. It was never mentioned that that person was trans. It was just one of those things where they had a deeper voice than all the other Barbies, and you could kind of tell, oh yeah, that person is trans. But like, they literally cut plot lines out of things. Like I've heard of a plot line being cut out of a show, or was it a show or a movie? One of the two, because it was a trans plot line, right? Trans content gets cut because it's not deemed as profitable. There was a whole thing about Dylan Mulvaney, right, advertising for Bud Light, and like people were boycotting Bud Light over that, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, that was not a thing where they were trying to push trans people. They were just trying to sell their beer to trans people. It's like, there's a big difference. It'd be like if, I don't know, I said I advertised a game, and the game paid me for advertising the game, and people were like, these people are trying to promote radical trans ideology. No! They're just paying someone to advertise their shit. So yes, trans people do lose out on opportunities because of rampant transphobia. The Dylan Mulvaney stuff is a perfect example of this. You associate yourself with trans people in any minute way, and all of a sudden you are the target of boycotts and people trying. And the left does not play into this whole I'm going to buy something just because this company proclaims to support the thing that I like. The left does not do that. The right will do that, which is why the Hogwarts Legacy boycott failed. But what you get is this right having you have anti-trans people getting so much more power than they really should have. So yeah. Pixar's new movie couldn't even establish that the main protagonist was gay. Yeah, like I like seeing movies where gay people exist. There was like one movie that I actually really enjoyed. I watched it at like an LGBT thing. Was Love, Simon, right? It's one of those things where I get that some people are uncomfortable with seeing relationships they don't approve of, and I get that. Like, you know, some people, like gay people, might get straight seeing uncomfortable gay people might get uncomfortable seeing straight relationships. But it's one of those things where if you're going to have a relationship, you are going to make people uncomfortable. So the solution is not to cut gay relationships, it's to cut relationships. But I think it's more unnecessary relationships. If there's an unnecessary relationship, like a lot of movies did used to have, then it can make everything feel a lot more... it feels like it's pandering to, like it's trying to check a list, which, I mean, it has always happened. Like, movies often try to check a list of, we need this, and that does often make movies worse, because it's like, oh, well, why is this, we don't really need that in the movie. But at the same time, it's like, the list that they need to check isn't to be woke, you know? It's just, we're just trying to get as much of an audience as we can. Like, the reason why companies are woke is because they're trying to appeal to an audience that they wouldn't otherwise appeal to. Anyway, Rosyna localized... I can't see the full name. Rosyna localized standard says for $4.99 USD, says as soon as you said you were being cancelled for being trans, YouTube crapped out and I had to reload. Coincidence? Yeah. YouTube censors, even censors me. Like, YouTube does punish, it does appear like YouTube punishes trans people, in a way, which is, there are a few things where it might be that, I feel like it doesn't necessarily actively try to punish trans people. I'm not going to go conspiracy and full conspiracy mode and be like, oh, YouTube is trying to censor trans people because they have a bias against trans people. No, I think that a lot of people on YouTube have a bias against trans people, and that reinforces, because when it comes to things like AI will reinforce the bias of people, and so, or AI will learn the bias of people and integrate that without meaning to. Right, and the algorithm is basically an AI black box to some extent. So it will try and recommend videos that it will think people will like, but because people will be like, oh, that trans person, just about said a slur. I will admit that I do use the T slur in real life. If I know people are comfortable with it, but like I know that a lot of people are uncomfortable with it. Anyway, well, I know a lot of people are uncomfortable with it online, so I tend to avoid saying things like that. Anyway, when it comes to that, like a lot of trans people get hurt by the algorithm having these biases that are found in regular people, because it's like, oh well, like, people don't think about the biases that an algorithm can have. Algorithms are trying to serve up content to people that they think they'll like, and if enough people go, oh, well, I don't want to watch trans people, then the algorithm is going to be like, okay, well, people just don't like trans people. Part of it is algorithm funding business, but we can't forget that audience can have bigots too, yes. And I think that's the main thing. Like, when you are a trans content creator, there are a lot of people that are biased against you, which does mean that the algorithm becomes biased against you. Localized standards compare handles proper sorting of Turkish dotless I if the locale is said Turkish, but handles it more expectedly if the locale isn't Turkish. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I've noticed that, and I've noticed that the I comes up with a dot, at least in the if. The earlier one didn't have any eyes that I could see, so I couldn't. I was gonna look to that and be like, is that there? But no. Anyway, but yeah, talking about the cuts, because we have a lot to get through. 2,000 senior staff set to leave NASA. This is not good. This will delay. I feel like this will delay the Artemis missions, which I want to see. You know, you lead to more conspiracy theorists who are like, oh, we can't go back to the moon. It's like, yeah, it's really fucking hard. Who would have guessed? And so if you cut stuff, then it's going to make it harder, because the more people you have, the easier it is to get to the moon. We've also got... this is something I don't like, especially... Trump's proposed cut to giant physics experiment could snuff out a new form of astronomy. Basically, one of the LIGO centers would have to shut down. Who's excited for that? I'm not. But yeah, essentially we've got this thing where we're to detect gravitational waves. Now, I believe there's 3 stations around the world, 2 of which are in America. And by cutting funding for science, you will, by shutting one of them down, it will result in it being harder to detect gravitational waves. You'll still be able to detect them with 2 centers, but if you want to triangulate where in the sky you want to look for the source, then it's going to become a lot harder because 3 is a really good way of triangulating things. Pardon me. I had to burp. But yeah. It says the move would save roughly $20 million. That's a drop in the bucket, considering the size of the US budget. And, like, I think that the US is thinking about the budget wrong. Like, they try to give tax cuts to billionaires, right? So that they can invest in the economy, and that's supposed to pay back the deficit. But the problem is that billionaires can be terrible in investing. Why doesn't the government invest in the economy? You know, you don't need... Like, I feel like there's a lot of... Like, the reason why people don't like the government, say that government is inefficient, because the government doesn't do shit. Because of decades of austerity politics, it's one of those things where the government doesn't do shit because, yeah, we've all been trained to be like, oh, if the government does something, that's socialism. And it does a real lot of stuff, then that's communism. I can see an idiot saying you only need one. Yeah, you need 2. Yeah, like, if you have one, then you do not detect gravitational waves because you need to actually be able to discern what's just random background noise from what is a gravitational wave. Detecting gravitational wave takes 2 so that you can find patterns that align in both areas. If you if you are unable to do that, you cannot detect gravitational wave because you don't get those patterns that align. Maybe they only really need one general, one LT Gen 1 mage. I saw MAJGEN as Marjorie Taylor Greene. we need 0 of them. Planarwalk just quoted a joke by Richard Wolfie. Yes, I did. But yeah, like, it's one of those things where, like, trying to cut down on stuff will result... And, like, here's the thing. You know what this results in? This results in China getting a leg up in the sciences on America. Now, I do not like China. China is authoritarian. Now, America is headed that way, which is why, in terms of, like, who I want to lead in science... Honestly, the EU sounds like the best option. But, like, I'd rather America lead in science over China. And this is all around just like it's just a bad thing for everyone. You know, like, this results in China getting more of a stranglehold on the world's economy, which means that every country becomes more reliant on China because China's actually helping other people out. And that's like one of the things where, when it comes to Trump's handling of everything, it's an isolationist thing, which doesn't work because if you live in a global economy, if you want to be the center of the world that people look to, then you have to offer something that people can look to. If you just say, oh no, well, we're putting ourselves first, then it's like, okay, well, what do you offer the rest of the world? And at the moment, the way that America is trying to offer things to the rest of the world, it's just like, the way that it's doing that is by relying on the previous things that have been developed, like Silicon Valley stuff. So like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Google, all that kind of stuff. That's what they're offering the rest of the world. But if those companies move out of the US, then the US has nothing. or something see the US in World War II. Oh yeah, they were really reluctant to. They were really reluctant at first to join World War II, and then they joined the war, and then that did help the rest of the world, and that does. Unfortunately, it did result in them being a bit too pro-war. But yeah, like, it's one of those things where, sure, you can focus on, like, the US does need to focus on itself a bit. But it also needs to actually realize that part of its strength is the fact that other countries are reliant on it. But when you try and change that dynamic, when you try to say, oh, we're focusing on ourselves, we're not giving things to other countries, then that changes where other countries go, okay, we can't rely on the US, we need to change who we're reliant on. And you know what's going to happen. It's already happened with Australia, I think, where Australia has become more reliant on China because of the US's actions. I believe China has some kind of it's something to do with agriculture, where it's like an agriculture deal for beef or something along those lines. And you are giving the future of the world to China. Like, if you wanted to make China the if you were someone who was like, I want China to be the glorious leader of the world in the future, you know what you'd do? You'd do exactly what Trump does. Because it doesn't help the US. The supposed trade deals that Trump has negotiated, they don't do anything. All they do is cut tariffs. It's just like, oh yeah, we're both going to cut tariffs down. Right, and what else do you get from that? Nothing. All the damage has been done. You've done more damage to yourself than, you know. That's why tariffs are stupid. But also, like, that's just another thing. Like, tariffs were just another thing where Trump ignored all the economists that said that it was a bad idea. But then, if you want to be conspiratorial about it, you could argue that, oh yeah, Trump knew it was a bad idea, but it crashed the stock market, which allowed his buddies to invest, and then he cancelled the tariffs, which, and that's probably something that happened to an extent. I'd like to get info on, like, who was investing in the stock market just before the tariffs were announced to have ceased, because there's definitely, it definitely seems like it does seem like Trump, in some way, like he said not too long before announcing that he was going to be putting a pause on the tariffs, he did announce, oh, now's a good time to invest in the stock market. But yeah. Another thing is Trump is cutting the National Weather Service. And it's just one of those things where you need these services. By cutting them, like, it's... when it comes to things like Elon Musk cutting things from Twitter, when he acquired it, he was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna, like, cut all these jobs, make it run more efficiently. The problem is that a lot of these people, that a lot of times when you try to cut something, it results in a lot of people that were there just in case no longer being there. So if something happens that is unexpected, you need more people there. And sometimes it's good to have a just-in-case person there. You know, it's... because otherwise, okay, if something unexpected happens, what do you do? And I feel like the way that people are going about this is, it's not even just-in-case people, right? It's you've got people that are, like, crucial to to these things where it's like, okay, you need all these people in order to make sure that information about weather gets out. You need all these people, if you want to complete the Artemis missions on time, you need all those people there so that it gets done. A lot of these people aren't sitting by idly twiddling their thumbs. They're actually crucial to these operations. So, yeah, in response to the National Weather Service failure and the Texas flood, we just cut the emergency broadcast system too. That way, when floods we couldn't predict happen, no, they didn't, because you never hear about it. Yeah, there is infrastructure. People try to say, oh, well, the private sector will take it up. Only if has some kind of cost benefit to them. The private sector is the power of the private sector is that it will do things if it can profit from it, and sometimes that does result in the private sector doing good things. But you also get results such as enshittification, right? Where the private sector finds out, oh well, it's more cost efficient to not do good things, so we're going to do the not good things instead that make us more profit. Would having emergency broadcast systems be cost efficient? Well, as a whole for the private sector, yes, but who's going to be the one to take up the cost? Someone has to take up the cost. And if all of them got together, yeah, they'd be able to do it easily. But like a lot of them are like, a lot of them might just be like, oh well, we'll let someone else take up the costs, which we will benefit from, and it's a game of chicken. You give Elon too much credit. He doesn't ask. He declares. Well, that's true. Yeah. Elon Musk. Why are we paying to maintain this fence? Tears it down. Muldoon. Even Nedry knew better than to mess with raptor fences. Isn't that like Chesterton's fence sort of thing? It's one of those things where, like, I do think that a lot of people, are trying to be too efficient, and that results in them being. I mean, there is a point where, like, efficiency, like, there's a lot of things that you can do with one person, and they think, oh, one person can do this, if you look at things like Undertale, right? That's a game that was made by one person. But does that mean that every game can be made by one person? No, of course not. You do have things where some people have different capacities of what they can handle. You do get people that get burnt out because they spend too much time working on something. But yeah, I think that a lot of people do idolize efficiency too much, and like the government can be really efficient. I actually think that if we treated the government with the kind of respect that we treat the private sector, if we say yes, the government can have, like, if I were Prime Minister of New Zealand, here's what I would do. I would say, okay, we're going to have organizations that the government will control to boost development of, like, certain projects, infrastructure, and so that what would happen is we'd see, okay, how efficient can we make this? Not in a sense of, we're going to try and work these people down to the bone. No, in a sense of how inefficient is the private sector at doing this job. Because if you are the private sector and the government contracts you for a job, you gotta ask. Like, a lot of government projects go over time, go over budget, right? The government would still have to pay the contractors. because otherwise contractors will just say no, we can't complete it with this budget, right? And the government, sometimes it's crucial stuff, so it's like, okay, well, what if the government took over? Because like sometimes it seems like this may be my ignorance, but it seems like sometimes a lot of people doing in construction on things like roads and stuff, it seems like they're just not doing anything. Like they'll have a generator running to make it seem like they're doing something, but it's like, okay, well, I feel like this could be a whole lot more efficient, and maybe it is the private sector trying to just get more money so that they can continue to operate. Yeah, private spaceflight. It's Elon's money. He can break things on his dime. Apollo spent like $5 billion in modern money and got to the moon on the 6th flight of the big rocket. Yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like a lot of this reliance on the private sector has resulted in the private sector making government seem inefficient, when it's the private sector being contracted by government that makes things inefficient. I'm just gonna just check a few things real quick. Okay. I'm from the government and I'm here to help isn't nearly as scary as I'm from a corporation and I'm here to profit. True. Yeah, like that's one of the things. Let's think about this in terms of like disaster relief. How would the government handle disaster relief? Well, it gives out money because that will help people, and maybe it might have some loans. The private sector will have loans plus interest, because they're trying to make money. They know that if they give out loans, then people have to pay those loans back with interest. And also, if it turns out that they don't think that you can pay the loans back, then they don't give you a loan. Because why would you give a loan if you're not going to be able to pay it back? If you're not going to get the money back? It makes no sense. So the private sector will give things like disaster relief on a condition. The government's job. I just realized there's a better way of talking about this. Insurance, right? You've got to pay a private company money to insure, so that you have insurance, so that if something bad happens to you, then you get money. Then you get money given to you to help deal with it. But you've got to pay that money first. That's the condition that the money is given on you. If you pay the money first, if you don't pay that money first, well, then you get no relief. Also, they may decline what your disaster relief thing, because it's not that bad. This was an act of God. We can't just pay out every time. That medical thing that you've got, that's not important. We're going to decline coverage of that. It's horrible. And when it comes to hospitals in particular, I feel like the hospitals having to deal with insurance creates a lot of overhead. The hospitals having to deal with insurance is less efficient than if you just had the government running the whole thing, because that means that you need more administrators to actually be able to be like, okay, this person actually needs this. Yeah, I know that you're trying to make money here, but this person needs this. They can't afford it on their own. And you get this whole deal where, like, everything's more expensive because there's so much overhead that the private sector has induced by trying to get as much profit as possible. That cost then gets passed on to consumers, Whereas if you have a government-run system, then that cost is paid for by taxes. And you don't even have the cost of having to have all this administrative staff just to deal with the private sector. Right? A government storm shelter brings you a cot and hands you a bottle of water. A private storm shelter won't let you in until you can pay for the rental of the cot and sells you the water for $5. Yeah. The person who said that I'm from the government and here to help was the scary thing was Ronald Reagan. He moved the US to the right by the same distance as Trump. Yeah, it's one of those things where this is the problem that I have with Democrats. They are so scared of trying to move the Overton window to the left that they don't even try. You get this thing where Republicans will just move things to the right, and the Democrats will go, oh, well, I guess we've got to just deal with this new political landscape. And it's like, no. It feels kind of like we've entered this era where everything's getting worse because of right-wing politics, and we're not even allowed to try to make things better with left-wing politics because that's socialism. We've got to try more right-wing politics because more right-wing politics will fix everything if we just try more of it. Just try more of it. And it's like, well, why don't we try and make life better for everyone with left-wing politics? Of all the actors who became president of the United States, Reagan was the better one. Yeah. Yeah, we do have another actor, Donald Trump. I think we can call Donald Trump an actor. Anyway, I've been noticing things on Twitter. TERFs are weird. So let's take a look at some TERFs. We've got this person called Diana Alistair, right? Now, I've noticed this trend on Twitter lately where you have someone will post, you'll have a trans person posting on Reddit, and then a TERF will come along and share that to Twitter being like, look at how bad this is. And it's disgusting. Like, I think it is disgusting to be like, look at how bad this, like, to take someone either complaining about something and being like, you deserved it, or just like saying, oh hey, this thing happened to me, and twisting it into some, like, let me read out the post that was posted to Reddit. This person here says, good girl is dangerous. So my friends were helping me move my stuff into storage, and because I'm disabled and can make myself bedridden if I do too much physical stuff, he told me to go sit down when he was trying to help. He's right, so I sat down while they finished up. Then unexpectedly after they finished, he grabbed my chin to make me look up at him, and all he said was, good girl. I swear I dropped out of existence from euphoria. I could barely move for at least a minute and was fuzzy and blushing for more. Even thinking of it is making me blush. He said that my eyes even rolled up. And yeah, that is something that trans people do experience. If you, if you're a trans girl, getting called a good girl is often a sort of validation thing, and it's actually really nice to be called a good girl, right? I know that I've been called a good girl a few times, and it's like it switches my brain off a little. But yeah, it's one of those things that even as kind of a meme, and it's a meme in the trans community to an extent, but it's also like a real thing that trans people like being called. It's not gross because it's one of those things where it's like, why would you judge someone for, like, there are a lot of people that, like, hell, there are people that like being called slurs, right? There are people that like being called all kinds of things. Just because you're getting called one thing isn't, like someone says, anyone who ever says good girl to me, they're getting both barrels. And it's like, sure, you may not like that, but other people do. Someone, and then this person says someone has an unexplored praise kink, and this person says, ooh. It's like, what the fuck's wrong with having a praise kink? Right? If you have a praise kink or a degradation kink or like any kink, I'm not going to judge you for it. I may not be personally into that, but I'm not going to judge other people who are. Like if, I've heard of people that have certain kinks and I'm like, I'm not into that. You do you. But I'm not going to judge them for it because, I probably have things that they'll be like, what the fuck? But yeah, like there's just a lot of people that, and like you got like disgusting stuff like this. I'm disabled and can make myself bedridden if I do too much physical stuff. Didn't know being a sissy was a disability. Like there are a lot of people who are disabled, and trans, and can be like, oh yeah, I like being called a good girl, right? It's something that happens a lot. It's like, what the like these people are just these people are disgusting, right? It's one of those things where like these people have such a warped view of things, so that anything that a trans person does must be for bad reasons. It must be because they're a pervert, or because or because this, that, and the next thing. It's like, no, it's just sometimes people like certain things. Like if I call my audience a good girl right now, I'm sure a lot of them will blush because they're a good girl. Come on, how many people blushed? Anyway, let's go to this next one. Now, this person is transphobic, not a TERF, because maybe he's a TERF. I also find it like interesting how many people, I just noticed this I stand with Israel thing. I find it interesting how many people who are anti-trans are also like pro-Israel. Just a thing that I've noticed. Like, it seems like it's like I feel like if trans people were pro-Israel, then they'd be pro-Palestine. I feel like it's a reflexive thing, seeing like this whole community being for something, and it's like, well, I don't like this community, so I'm going to be against that thing. Anyway, so this person on r/trans says, I worry cisgender lesbians would never date me. What do I do? Right? And this person says, date other trans women who, according to you, are a woman and stop worrying. That happens all the time. Have you never met a trans person? Like, if there's a trans person who is dating someone, there's a good chance that it's going to be another trans woman, because trans women view trans women as women, and they know this because they themselves are a trans woman. They know that they themselves are a woman, so they'll be like, okay, well, I'll date other trans women. Because there's a lot of cis women who will not date trans women because they are like, oh, well, this person's not really a woman. But trans women will date trans women because they're like, oh yeah, this person's a woman. Like, are there differences between trans people and trans women and cis women? Of course. Like, I'm not going to deny that. But when it comes to like certain things that people worry about in like relationships, it's like, actually no, they're pretty damn close. I would say that trans women and women are oftentimes more similar than men and trans women. Like a lot of people put emphasis on, oh, you have a penis. And it's like, okay, but like, A, bottom surgery exists, but also B, it operates very differently. Trust me. Trust me on that if you haven't like experienced it for yourself, whatever. A trans woman's penis is very different to a cis guy's penis. It's to me, it's more similar to something that it's more similar to a vagina than you'd expect. But yeah, date by woman. Oh yeah, that's also an option as well. But then I feel like there are, when it comes to like bisexual people, there is still like this idea of, oh well, I am attracted to people that fit into like a stereotype of or like, it's like a curve, right? Like a lot of bisexual people would like someone who's like really masculine, really feminine, but not someone who sits too much in the middle. I just feel like that's a thing, maybe. Because I know a lot of... Oh no, have known bisexual women who are like, but I'm not really into trans women. It's like, okay, but you date men, yeah. You date women, yeah. Why not trans women? I feel like there is a bit of transphobia there because it's like, oh well, they feel like there's something wrong with trans women that wouldn't... Like, pansexual people, like, pansexual people will date anyone. So yeah, date pansexual women. Like it's one of those things where like there are a lot of, and like I don't have any hatred towards bisexual people. Bisexual people can be chill. I feel like bisexual people are often unfairly hated on it many times. That's why I'm saying this, because like I do feel like bisexual people often get a lot of flack. Like, there are a lot of people that will say, oh, bisexual people are inherently transphobic because they... And it's like, no, I don't think so. I just think that bisexual is a common label that people use. Like, just because you're attracted to, men, women, and non-binary people, and you call yourself bisexual, it doesn't mean that you're trying to say, oh, there's only two genders or whatever. It's just like bisexual has become the common label, right? But yeah, pansexual woman. That's what I should. Yeah, like pansexual. But like also like when it comes to bisexual people, I do find that a lot of it is skewed, right? There are a lot of bisexual people that would only date like a few women. Like for me, I consider myself bisexual, and there's only like a few guys that I'd date, right? Mostly femboys. As long as the femboy isn't a Nazi, which is unfortunately a thing that was has kind of been a trend lately. But like, it's one of those things where I feel like a lot of people, I feel like a lot of people just are. How do I put it? I feel like a lot of people don't realize how, like, what trans people are like in a lot of situations. Like, they think of, oh well, if you grew up as a man, then you'll have a man's anatomy. It's like, no, you there's like things that change on estrogen, especially sexual things related to sexual function. Now Planarwalk has me thinking of Nick Fuentes' date with a cat boy. Oh god. Like, Nick Fuentes is closeted. Like, it's not even a secret that he's closeted at this point, I think. Anyway, this person This person, who is a TERF, says the polyamorous are being weird again. What did the polyamorous say that was so weird? They said, you're monogamous? Oh, it's ethical, right? Ethical monogamy? Okay, good for you. I mean, pretty much every monogamous couple I've met didn't work out, but maybe you guys will beat the odds. Haha, so it's a sex thing? You guys have sex with just each other? Huh, how does that work? I could never do monogamy, I'm too jealous. I'd worry my partner would leave me for someone else instead of dating us both. How do you deal with the jealousy? Is it hard? Like, how hard? Extremely? Do you think you'll break up? I mean, in the long run, these things really work out. Now, a lot of those things are things that I've heard from monogamous people, which is a point, right? Which is the point. The point is this is something that monogamous people say. So if Hazel here is trying to say the polyamorous are being weird again, it's the monogamous people that are being weird. The whole idea is this is a satire of what monogamous people say, right? And I've found that, like, recently there's been starting to be more anti-polyamory kind of stuff, right? And it's just like, it's going to be like a big thing. And, like, I will say that, like, I'm looking forward to the polyamorous rights movement when that comes about. Reason being is because polyamory people do not have the right to get married to who they want. There are a few people that there are a few places that are okay with polyamorous marriage or polyamorous unions, but, like, a lot of them are like, oh, you're only allowed to get married to one person. Which is, like, which needs to change. But yeah, like, you've got people saying every one of these people I've met was unattractive, insecure, and mentally unstable, to say the least. I've met, like, very attractive polyamorous people. Very attractive. And, like, insecure. Polyamorous people tend to be the most secure people I know. Yes, there can be insecure polyamorous people, but a lot of it is really just, like, trying to get used to, like, polyamory, because, like, a lot of people will jump into polyamory, and then when their partner has, like, more partners, they can find that to be something that they weren't expecting, or find it hard to deal with because of jealousy. But that's one of the sort of stepping stones that you have to get over. And mentally unstable, I've met polyamorous people that are, like, very mentally stable. Like, is it true that, like, trans people tend to be more polyamorous than cis people? Yes, that is very true. But, like, trans people are often mentally stable. I've met plenty, like, it's one of those things where it's like, what is your metric for judging people who are mentally unstable? What would that be? You know? And then this person says, polyamory, the state of being extremely codependent and needy. No. Like, sometimes you get polyamorous people that feel like they don't have enough time for themselves, which can be a problem, and that's something that people need to that's something that people need to make sure that they've worked out in their relationships, you you've got people saying, yeah, but look at who they're fucking, you have to ramp up the taboo when everyone's gross as a Coachella show. And it's like, it's again, like, it seems to be that the most, that it's just like, oh, these people are ugly. It's like, okay, and what's the problem with that? I've met very attractive polyamorous people. I think also that when it comes to what these people are, like, saying they view as ugly is, like, their personal preference. Like, I think that there's a lot of people that these people would be like, oh, this person's ugly. That I'd be like, okay, this person is fucking hot. And I just feel like it's their personal preference, and they're trying to make out their personal preference to be a morality thing, when no, it's not a morality thing, it's just your personal preference. You don't like when a girl has tattoos. Okay, well then let me get with the tatted girl. You know, you don't have to. You don't have to get with that person that you find unattractive, and B, you don't have to do polyamory. You know, I will do the polyamory. I will get with the person that that I find hot, but you don't find hot, and we'll all be happy, right? We can all live our own lives. You live your life. I will live mine. Yeah. This person says love requires sacrifice. These folks are just trying to get the benefits of love without the sacrifice, but it doesn't work that way. And it's like, no, it doesn't. Like, the way I view it is, it's a thing that goes both ways. If you love someone, then you will do things for them that may not be in your best interest, but you are not required to do everything that they expect. I've been with people that who were trying to require me to do things that I didn't want to do. I ultimately broke up with that person because it was like, you expect too much of me, and I didn't feel like I was receiving the same kind. Like, I was like, okay, I'm willing to make this sacrifice and this sacrifice, but I can't be the only one making sacrifices. And I feel like when it comes to you have to have your own idea of what you're willing to sacrifice, right? So some people are willing to be like, okay, if I'm getting in a relationship with you, I'm willing to sacrifice the ability to sleep with other people. Oftentimes, it's mostly people that can't sleep with other people that are willing to make that sacrifice because, you know, like, they find it difficult to sleep with other people. But like, when it comes to people that are polyamorous, it might be that they can sleep with other people, but it also may be that they might not be able to. But if it is a sacrifice that you're willing to make, then sure, go ahead, make that sacrifice. But if it's not a sacrifice that you're willing to make, you don't owe anybody all the sacrifices, right? You don't... You heard it here, Planet will be poly for all of us. Like, I have to find... if I'm going to be with someone, I have to find the... Also, I don't think I can have, like... There are 30 concurrent viewers on the stream. I can't have 30 partners. That would be too much. I'd need a clone. I would not be able to do 30 partners. I'd be able to have, like, 30 people that I, you know, top or something, but, like, having 30 partners? No. And I'd have to find all of you attractive. Which, you know, like, I'm sure there are people out there for all of you. Whether that's, no matter who that... Also, there's, like, ethical concerns. There may be some ethical concerns. Anyway, moving on to the next thing that I want to talk about. So as some of you may know, I am a programmer, right? I like programming. I programmed this thing for FTFE and myself. FTFE has been the main person who has used it, right? Let's go to here, and you see, like, it's got a lot of code. I'm sure some people could review the code and be like, "What the fuck are you doing it that way?" You know, you could, you know, like, there's so many things you could do differently, right? You could change. I could probably change this down to 500 lines instead of it being like nearly 1,000 lines, right? And that's okay. I know that, like, when it comes to my C++ code, like this here, especially here, yeah, here. I'm like, some people might take a look at this section of code and be like, that's really inefficient, right? That, you know, the doing looping through an array twice, that could potentially, like, if every item in the array has a unique value, then each item in the array would, you'd go over each item in the array twice, right? Especially if it's not sorted correctly. Like, if it's completely, if it is sorted from smallest to largest, and each thing has a unique value, it would go over the array twice for each value. Not the most, you know, yeah, 2 times for each value. Not exactly efficient, right? Not the most efficient thing. But I've gone with this because it was easy. People might say, oh, well, why didn't you use this quick sort thing? I just wanted to sort things fast, and I knew that most things in the array would be similar values. So, okay, let's just go through it and sort it based on... and sort it based on that. It shouldn't be too inefficient, unless you're dealing with things that are drastically different sizes. But like, I couldn't expect there being more than 100 different sizes in an array. So you'll only really realistically go over the array 100 times. Well, technically 200 times, because it's twice for each different value, right? And so yeah, I wrote this code. But there are things to criticize about it, right? I'm not doing things in the most efficient way. I'm just doing things in a way that I have deemed to be efficient enough. If you're familiar with big O notation, then you're already above average. I think, actually, this would be worse. If I'm correct, this would be worse than a bubble sort. And I'm pretty sure bubble sort is like n squared or something like that. It's like O n squared or something, and this would be like O n squared times 2. So it would be it would be worse than a bubble sort. But that's given the data. A bubble sort, if it's all ordered, then yeah, it can be worse. But if it's all ordered in a way that this doesn't find efficient, like it could be that it's ordered in a way that is really efficient, and this then just does things a lot faster. But because of how things work when it comes to this program, or because of how it works when it comes to the data that I'm expected, it's like, okay, well, this is good enough. I don't need the most efficient algorithm in the world. I don't need something that's overly complex. If all the data has the same size, then it just does two runs run through of it. And that's really the thing. It's like, what data do you expect? Do you expect data that's going to be really... that's all going to be different sizes? No, I don't. We're rendering characters. By the way, let's run it. This is what we get. This is what we get here. All these now there's still a few problems which I need to debug. Like if I were to put a K in here, this W would end up being off screen, which is not what I want. Right? That's, you know, but we get this thing, and it works. What I need to do is I need to take every character that you see there and be able to render them separately. But it works. You know, it's not... I don't need anything too extravagant. And I can make the texture bigger. Currently, I've just got it set to like a really small texture so that I could render it and see it working. There were a few problems with the compute shader. I actually found that there were alignment problems which were causing so many issues, because I was like, okay, why is it causing issues? I then found out that the Y value, I think it was a lot larger than it should be. Or the X value was like almost 10 times larger than it should be. And it's like, okay, well that's an issue, right? So I eventually just realized, alignment apparently is 16 bytes. And I was not aligning to 16 bytes. So I fixed the alignment issues, and now I have this, and it works. Yippee! I hate alignment issues. They're so hard to catch, But yeah, it's one of those things where it can be hard to try and figure things out. Like, I've had problems in GameMaker where I'm like, why is this happening? This shouldn't be happening. And then I realize, it's on the wrong texture page. Also, the reason why I have this is actually so that I can have text rendered in a game. And I can just load a character from a font, and just put it in. I just put it into an image, and if I want to render it, I just call it from that image, and that should. Unless you are programming microcontrollers with limited RAM, does the code need to be efficient? Yeah, well, it really depends on what you're trying to do, right? If you are sure, there are times when like AAA games, for example, could have more efficient code that they run as like a thing that's a lot better. They could like make it so that the code is far more efficient, but at the same time, like if it's like small optimizations that could be made, how much does it really matter, right? If you have enough, what you should have is a ceiling. And I think it's a good idea to not try and hit that ceiling. When you're developing for console, sure, go ahead, try and hit that ceiling. But like, if you're developing for PC, then you do not want to hit the ceiling, because otherwise you end up with games like Crysis, where it's so hard to run, even with... well, to be fair, they didn't optimize it for multiple processors. So you need a really good... you need just one core that can do a lot in your PC. And so yeah, when it comes to things, have some have like a certain ceiling that you don't need to reach. Anyway, the reason why I talk about this is because someone's been getting flack, and I feel like it. Oh, wrong thing. I feel like a lot of that flack is undeserved. Some of it, yeah, sure, go ahead. I don't care. But like some of it, I feel like is some of it I feel like is a bit too harsh. And Rosyna Keller says premature optimization is the root of all evil. Bad programmer, no cookie. Yeah, and that's true. Like, it's okay to think, okay, like when it came to the rendering text thing, were there things I could have done that wouldn't be as... Did I think, okay, how do I optimize this to an extent? Yes, I did. Like, I saw... like, I was trying to work out, okay, how do I... how would I put... Because, like, when it comes to things, you want them all to be in the same texture page. You don't want to, like, be switching textures. So that is one optimization that I made, right? But then I also thought of another optimization when I saw, like, a way to put them all on the texture page. It's like, why not use the GPU? Now, the way I'm doing it may not actually be as optimal as just doing it on the CPU, but I also thought about another case, and that is if you want to reload a different font. Like, let's say you have a bunch of characters for like one language, and that can all fit on the same texture page. And then you switch languages, and you've got to reload the characters. You can either have all characters have their own texture page, or you can have all characters that exist within different texture pages for different languages, all in different files, and just load those when needed. Or you can just load characters on the fly. And like, I thought about it and thought, okay, well, if we can load characters on the fly, we don't need to generate those texture pages, and we can actually modify those texture pages later. We can say, okay, we've got this texture page, we are going to modify it in order to be able to... Let's say that there's a character that gets rarely used in some language, like, let's say, Mandarin. And so it's like, okay, well, this character barely gets used. There's a bunch of characters that we need to have space for. So we'll have this section of the image that will just be used for these certain characters. You have that character, we'll just, when it is needed, we'll grab that character from the font, draw it to the texture page, and it'll be drawn in a space of the texture page which is sort of just used for characters that are needed when they are needed. Right. And that's like one of the thoughts that I had. Will I need to use that? Who knows? But we will see. I can also like just change the size of the texture page if I need to. But like, I do have the code so that it can be made bigger or smaller. But there is a limit to how big you can make. There's a limit to how big you should make texture pages. Anyway, let's talk about this. Pirate Software has been getting a lot of hate recently, and I feel like some of it is valid, and we will talk about the things that are valid. But I feel like a lot of it is like, I've seen some things that's like, okay, what's the problem? What's the problem with that? And I've seen some. Actually, like, let's talk about this part first, because it says here, pirate lies to his audience to cover up his atrocious lighting code. And I've heard pirate, or not heard, but seen one of Pirate's things, or we'll just call him Thor, because like that's the name that he goes by. Like, I've seen what he says about this, so let's start with this, right? We'll just put it there.
It is irrelevant to increase performance on a game that runs on a smart fridge.
The day my devastating video on Pirate Software's slop lighting system dropped.
Oh. I didn't realize this was by Coding Jesus. The same person. Like, this person is just milking it, right? God, it's just milking the thing. Anyway, but like, Pirate has a point there. Like, if something runs on anything, you don't really need to optimize it. It's like what like, if this part of code here was causing problems. Now, I try to make sure when I write code that I'm going to try and be able to write it for things that can work on the most amount of systems. Like, I switched away from GameMaker for one of the games that I'm trying to work on, because I felt like GameMaker, if I were to continue using GameMaker and to do everything that I wanted to it, it would slow down things, and there would be devices that it wouldn't be able to run on, because GameMaker does have a lot of slow code. It doesn't make use of threading. It doesn't do 3D that well. And in fact, when it comes to running 3D in GameMaker, you can do it, but it's you've got to wait to send everything to the GPU and get a call back. Whereas if you do Whereas with this, I've put all the rendering logic onto another thread. Yes, I'm using OpenGL, which isn't as fast as something like Vulkan, but it doesn't need to be as fast as something like Vulkan. Everything is set to a different thread, so on processors with multiple cores, one thread can run in parallel to another. These threads do not need to interact that much. There's a queue that it reads from on the render thread. The main logic thread will send things to that queue. That queue is protected by a mutex. Then when that render thread gets to the start of the loop, it just switches queues and clear. Well, at the end of once it's done with a queue, it will clear it, and then yes, Thor may have suboptimal code, but he has Noodle Rescue. Yeah, yeah, true. Anyway, let's take a look at, I'm sure we'll get into the thing, but we'll take a look at this.
He did an 8-hour cope stream, justifying the slop by referring to the fact that his game runs on a smart fridge. So let's analyze what's really going on. Here's the video of Heartbound running, quote-unquote, on a smart fridge. Let's rewind a little. What do we notice here? We notice that the game is actually being run on a laptop and streamed to the fridge using a Raspberry Pi device. If we zoom in a little closer, you can see it says connecting to Heartbridge, which is the name of the laptop and the hotspot connection he set up. In this case, the screen simply acts as a controller. Everything is running on the laptop, and the actual output is just being streamed back to the smart fridge. The fridge isn't computing anything itself. To emphasize this, here's a video of a washing machine running Death Stranding.
So in your game...
maybe he didn't know that. I don't know, people often, when I'm making a game, I am not making it for a smart fridge. I do not do any test. I don't have a smart fridge, but I don't do any testing on a smart fridge. I just do testing on my PC. Now, this does mean that there could be problems on other devices. I know that if I were to, I know that I almost wrote code that. Because I realized that there was a very, very useful little thing in GLSL called uint8t, right? Which is basically a single byte integer. I was like, cool, I can use that. I need a buffer that has single byte integers, right? What I did not realize is that, that's only available on NVIDIA devices, on NVIDIA GPUs. I want this game to eventually be on Linux. I can't have code that doesn't run on Linux. I may not be the biggest fan of Linux. I'm not the biggest fan of Windows either, but I don't hate people that much. I don't hate Linux users that much that I'm gonna make code unavailable to any other GPU aside from NVIDIA, you know. So I had to be like, okay, well, instead of a buffer, we'll use a 1D image, and that will act as a buffer. You know, and in fact, the main reason why I'm not going to switch to Linux at the moment is because I have an NVIDIA GPU. We are, because I noticed that the code, it's like, oh yeah, you have to include this thing. It's like NV. What does the NV stand for? I hope that doesn't mean NVIDIA. I looked it up and it's like, oh yeah, that stands for NVIDIA. Fuck. I can't use uint8. But I can use a single byte or images where a single byte is used for each pixel. So that worked. Anyway, let's go to the actual code review. Let's see how. Okay, let's. Okay.
Doing a code review of a popular YouTuber and streamer by the name of Thor or Pirate Software. Now, why should you care, and who the hell is Thor? Well,
yeah, why should I care? Like, if this game works, then it works. That's legitimate. I'm sorry to pause so soon. That's legitimately what I think. If someone's game works, then I don't care. If there's things that could be done better, and we're gonna get to, I believe we will get to things that I absolutely think that Thor could do better. But if it, then like give him feedback, right? Say, oh, like let's like why don't you do this better? And I think that's more constructive than what we've seen, where it's like, oh, this is horrible. Like when it comes to Yandere Dev, I think that it was honestly justified to be like, yo, use a switch statement, right? That's like something that could have been improved. And like when it came to like he literally fired someone that was supposed to help with his code. And it's like, okay, well now he's doing things badly, but I haven't seen that kind of thing from Thor. Anyway, let's continue.
Thor has been the talk of the town as of recently, as he's been an extremely large streamer that has come out against a pro-consumer movement in the gaming space called Stop Killing Games. Stop Killing Games is an initiative launched by a man named Ross Scott, who is an advocate for consumer...
And I feel like, okay, I feel like when it comes to when it comes to this, sure, go ahead, criticize them for that, but I feel like people are using that to try and be like, okay, well, what else can I criticize this guy for, right? I mean, this video got 1.9 million views because it's, you know, people want to dunk on Thor. You know, you got like heaps of people on here. Okay, when you get down to like here, it starts talking about other things, but like a lot of people talking about like Thor. There's just so much content about this one dude. When is it too much?
Consumers in the video game space. The purpose of Stop Killing Games is to prevent publishers from revoking access of games from people who have paid to play those games. There are plenty of examples out there of publishers that produce games that require online access to play, but once they pull the plug from their servers, consumers now stop having access to those games. The Stop Killing Games movement is looking to advocate on behalf of consumers in order to mandate that game publishers and game developers have some sort of end-of-life plan for games such that they can continue to be played after the developer would like to stop supporting them. To me, that makes total sense. It doesn't sound fair and isn't right.
Yeah, I think that it is a good idea to have it. Like, how you practically go about it, let's say that a company just goes bankrupt and has to pull the plug on all their games. That can be a thing where it's like, okay, how do you expect the bankrupt company to keep supporting or provide a way to support continue playing the game? And maybe it is they just dump the server code somewhere, but then there's also the thing of there is the thing where sometimes server code has proprietary things which you're not allowed to share. It can be tricky. In general, it's completely supportive of the idea that you should be able to, like, I think that when you make a game inaccessible by any means, so if someone can no longer, like, if Nintendo makes a game and you can no longer play it, like, then I think it should be allowed that anybody can just make or copy that game, right? If there's no way to access it from the publisher, then it should be completely legal to just copy that game. And I think that that would at least force publishers to still have some way of accessing their games that they make. So like that would mean that if there's no way to access the original Final Fantasy VII, then that would mean that emulating an ISO for emulating is completely legal. A non-profit could pay for service. Yeah, that is true. It's more the thing that I think is more concerning is just when it comes to people that maybe it is something where you release code like portions of code so that people can update it. But I think that if you let's say the original Final Fantasy XIV, right? I think that because the original Final Fantasy XIV is no longer supported, if someone goes ahead and recreates server code and has all the assets for it, so that which means that people can still play it, and they do something with that, then I think that should be allowed to stay up. I do not think it should be allowed to be. I don't think that Square Enix should be allowed to come on and go, well, we made that game, so take it down. You know.
For you to be sold a game as a good, but for it to effectively be a service with an unknown expiration date that the company...
To be fair, here, multiplayer access for a game is a service. Now, I do not like the idea of every game requiring online access, so that they can just pull the plug whenever. But a multiplayer game is essentially a service. The service is the multiplayer part of the game. That is why a lot of games have subscription fees. If you're playing Final Fantasy XIV Realm Reborn, you have to pay a subscription fee, past like a certain level, for that game, so that which essentially pays for them to keep the servers online, right? I get wanting to be able to still play things after let's say that one day Final Fantasy 11 or Final Fantasy 14 shuts down, right? I get wanting to be able to play them after that, and there should still be some. I think in general there should be still a way to play it. I absolutely 100% think that there should be a way to play it. And if they can get away with releasing the code, in fact, I think code should be more democratized. If they can release the code and allow people to have private servers for it in some way, shape, or form, I think that should be a thing that they should do. And I just worry that at some point you will get things where that's not possible. And if a company is already facing hardship to the point where they have to shut down the game, and they've got to now rewrite code or something because they've been using plugins, because a lot of things do that, and so they cannot share that code, then you run into a lot of issues where shutting a game down could be more expensive than it continuing. And if you have to continue something until the point where it, till the point where it's bankrupting you, then you're not going to be able to play the game at all. So I think that the best solution is to try and just find a way that, maybe it is democratization of code. Like, plugins and stuff should not be a thing where you have to be like, this is proprietary. You can't just make a plugin proprietary, right? I think that would be the better solution, one of the best solution. There will always be third-party community servers. Look at games like EverQuest and WoW. Yeah, I think that there should be some kind of. I think that there should be some kind of push to implement third-party servers, if possible, or to allow third-party servers to be used, because I think that would just ultimately, if it'd be like Minecraft, right? If the only way to play Minecraft multiplayer was with realms or something where you have to pay a subscription, then Minecraft would be nowhere as popular as it is today. People like things like 2b2t, where it's an anarchy server where people can, and I think that should be the model. If there is a way to just join, I think that there should be a way to just join a third-party server, and people can generate or people can just generate their own world or whatever for a server, and just have just have their own things. Maybe their server is slightly modded to improve quality of life for certain things. I think that is the best option, where third-party servers are encouraged by the community, so that even after the game loses support from the people that made it, you can still access it via third-party servers. If that is not possible in some instances, then I get it, but I think that should be... Maybe we do make it so that games from now on have to have third-party server support. Maybe that's what we should do. But yeah, I think that would probably be the best way to go about it. But yeah, I do want to be able to play my game. I do think that to some extent there should be a way to play games after support has ended, especially single-player games. I think the worst offender here is single-player games that you can't access because Nintendo doesn't produce the game, and they're like, okay, well, we're going to take this website down because it infringes upon our copyright. And it's like, but that was the only way to access the game. I can't buy it from Nintendo anymore. That's the thing that I think is really important. But multiplayer games, yeah, I want to be able to access them after they go offline. I would like there to be some kind of third-party support for them. Yeah.
He can not support at any time. Okay, now why am I picking on Thor here in particular? Well, Thor has not only what appears to be lied about his experience, or at the very minimum played it off as something that it's really not, but he's also misrepresented the initiative and has doubled and tripled down in that misrepresentation.
If you're going to be putting forward something that you want to start a conversation to eventually become legislation, and these are the reasons for it, not only can I not agree with the initiative, but I can't agree with you, and I won't agree with Ross. There's no way around that. I think this is gross. To sum it all up, no, I will not be supporting the initiative Stop Killing Games.
Cryptically,
I think that, and I think that what Coding Jesus has said there sort of gets to the heart of the problem, right? You can criticize Pirate Software for the way that he's gone about this, and you can be like, okay, well, there is. We should still have... you can criticize Pirate Software for his views, right? But I feel like people are just jumping on him for, every little thing. And that's where I think it's becoming a problem. Imagine if you have a DVD for a movie and try to play it and got a message that it's no longer supported because it stopped playing in movie theaters. I think that it's not so much like having a DVD, right? I think that it's more like streaming services, right? A streaming service will stop hosting a movie or a TV series, and there'll be no way to access it. Because when it comes to a DVD, right, it's that's a single-player game. If you have the physical copy, there shouldn't be any way for it to... it should be that you actually sometimes you do have a disc for a game, but I think that the problem is when it comes to a streaming service, where a lot of it doesn't exist within your own home, and it'd be I guess if we want to use the DVD analogy, the single player thing would be people making copies of the DVD because the people don't support it anymore. I think it's a bit more like a streaming service where they be where they'll be like, okay, we are taking this thing down, there's no way to watch it anymore, and then even pirate websites, piracy websites will get, and I guess like piracy websites do like, you know, maybe we need to have this thing for streaming, like TV shows that have been taken down or movies that have been taken down from streaming sites where there is still a place to access them. Like if something can no longer be accessed, if you provide no way to access it anymore, then it should be considered public domain. Maybe that's the solution. Oh, the huge number of anime series are now lost media because Kiss Anime was taken down. Yeah. Maybe we need to have like an archive of where it's like, hey, if you like, maybe there needs to be an archive where it's like the lost media archive, right? Where if an anime can no longer be accessed, if there's no way to access that anime, if there's no way to access the TV show, no way to access a movie, then it should be considered public domain because there's no official way to access it. Like, what is... Like, the people that created it aren't going to get any money from it because there's no way to access it. So there should be a way to still access it, even if it doesn't give the person who made it money. You know, like... which would encourage, I think, studios that have streaming services to still either keep things on their streaming services so that it doesn't become something that that it's like, okay, well, we got to go to the TV archive, right? The 1984 Macross movie is still lacking an international release because of Robotech. Yeah, I think that anything that can no longer be accessed, anything that companies do not provide a way of accessing should be in the public domain for where it cannot be accessed. So that would include TV shows, games, and I think that's the best way to go about it. Like, public domain everything that cannot be accessed. It's no longer piracy if it's not... basically make it no longer piracy if it's not in the public domain. Basically make it no longer piracy if it cannot be accessed, because that's the reason for people pirating a lot of these things. Anyway, we're 2 minutes in, we haven't even gotten to the point.
Wishing for the movement to fail.
So, I'm going to be honest with you. I hope that your initiative gets everything you asked for, but nothing you wanted.
I don't know why you do that, but he decided.
Yeah, that's a bit of a dick move. You know, like... I think that I do think that there should be access. Like, in like principle, I agree with it. Like, how practical it is, I don't know. But in principle, I do agree with the initiative. I'm going to blow my nose here.
To do so. He doesn't even have to agree with the movement. He just needs to admit that he misrepresented it. Now, other creators have reviewed this drama to no end and have gone over his employment history and timeline, but what I want to do that I guess would make this video unique is go over his actual code from his developer live streams and analyze whether this guy has the skills that he claims he has as a 20-year veteran and game developer working for Blizzard and other game publishers, etc.
My name is Jason Thor Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I own my own studio, Pirate Software, by the same name, which is an indie studio, and I've been here for about 8 years.
Now, why should you guys...
Doing this just seems petty. Yeah, I think that Thor has been a bit of a dick in some of these things. I don't disagree with that, but I also think that, like, just going over his code, it's like, okay, we've got an Who Am I section. Like, we're going to get, like, 3 minutes of this, and there's, like, do I have...
guys listen to me about any of this? Well, I'm a C++ developer with 5 years of experience in the quantitative trading space. I've read dozens of books on C++ and over half a dozen books just on C++.
Oh, God, he's read the books. Just because, problem with reading books is that it doesn't always apply to knowledge. Yes, I do think, like, I've watched videos on C++. I've been watching a lot of videos on C++ lately. Does it come up in my... Does it come up here? Do we get anything on the side here? No, actually. Why does that channel? Oh, it's because I'm not signed in. My bad. I was like, why is the videos that have been recommended to me lately not showing up on the side? I'm an idiot. I'm not signed in. Yeah, but I've been watching a lot of the Cherno, who is and like some of the information that I learned from that is kind of useless, like, or kind of useless for me. But it's still interesting to like know that. Oh yeah, print is now a thing. Have you been following what's going on with the Subnautica 2 and the dev team drama there? I've heard about it. I haven't been following it. All I know is that there's a lawsuit coming, I believe. They fucked up. He's been reading books about C programming. I've read books about Wilbur Smith. Doesn't make me an Egyptologist. Yeah, like, it can help, like, knowing certain things. Like, I've learned things from the Cherno where it's like, okay, well, maybe I need to try and use vectors in a different way to optimize, like, my code a bit. Not having read things is always different to, like, the practical experience. The practical experience is knowing when you need to do certain things versus when doing other things.
Design, from influencers in the space to professors to people that also have YouTube channels to time-tested and trusted books. I've read a lot, and while I'm not an authority in C++, I'm pretty likely to be somebody that can suss out a bad practice if I see one. At least I hope. I also have a bunch of open source contributions.
Yeah, but I find that there's a lot of, like, I have an idea for a video, and that is like calling up my like one of the people who taught me and being like, yo, want to do a collab? But it'd be like a funny, I don't know if I'd like do it as like a main video for like people, like maybe, who knows, but it would be like a thing where I can kind of just sit down and be like, hey, here's some code that I've written, and I know like one of his criticisms is going to be, where the fuck are the comments? Maybe not in that language, but it'll be like, okay, where are the comments? Where are they? So like bad practice, like, yeah, like I do bad practice, but it's like one of those things where it's like, okay, but like I can still deal with it. Like if I was working in a company, maybe, yeah, I didn't need to do more commenting, adding more comments, but yeah.
In C++ on projects that I find interesting, like Monero. Now, when I was making notes for this video, because I like to come prepared, I thought I need to go through dozens of different developer streams. But what I found out really quickly is that I can only find 2 developer streams that Thor actually brings up code on the screen in. And in those developer streams, he, one, does not actually do any coding. The code is just visually there on the screen. And 98% of the actual stream is him looking at his subscribers, looking at his tip jar as to how much money people have sent him, and also looking at videos about games, but never actually doing any game development in a dev stream. Without further ado, let's actually take a look at some of his code. Alright, so I'm going to be linking these VODs in the description.
I mean, it is one of those things where, like, okay, when it comes to streaming and development are two like, it's hard to do both of them at the same time. I would like to do both of them at the same time, because I think it could be fun. But it is difficult to do both of them at the same time. I think that it is something where, I think it's something where quite often you get caught up with the interacting with your audience part of it, and not do so much of the developer side of things. So, you know. Anyway, let's see what's going on here.
Description box below. I recommend people actually download these VODs before he takes them down, because honestly, if I was claiming I'm a game developer with 20 years of experience, this would be embarrassing to have online. Let's take a look at what's really wrong about this, and I don't even need to be a game dev to understand that. When you look at the code here, what do you see? You see a lot of magic numbers. That's an industry term for numbers that don't have any description or explanation as to what they are or why they exist. And you also have a lot of true or false, which is not descriptive at all.
It's fine to have magic numbers. Now, if you want things to be dynamic, then it's good practice to reduce magic numbers. But I'm sure I feel like I use magic numbers a lot myself, right? You can go, yeah, sure, you can give everything like a name and stuff, but like, let's just look at like my thing. Like, technically, yeah, I've got magic numbers here. Like the GL texture 2D, 0 GBA, to load texture. There's a few things that are variables right here and here, but most of this, because like sometimes you do not need it to be like a variable, right? Like if you know that, oh, so for this it's generating a 2D image, right? And when you know that, oh, this is always going to be GL RGBA, I am always going to be using RGBA for this. It's like, okay, why would I need to, like, hell, this is even like a thing which is, like, this is, yeah, it's an enum, so it's descriptive, in a way. But, like, this here, for example, what does this mean? We could, I hate how Visual Studio will be like, oh, you define this without telling you what each thing individually is. Well, what does that mean? I don't know. What does this mean? And then, like, here, you've got, like, in a way, you've got magic numbers. I feel like there's a lot of times where you do use magic numbers where it's, like, not necessary to... Like, here, for example, there's magic number of padding. This 2 here is just the amount of padding that I want. It shows up here, and I feel like calling people out for magic numbers, like, yeah, it's not something that you want to do all the time. Sometimes you do want to have, especially if there's something that might change. Like here I could probably actually change change this because I just realized that actually, well, we're gonna have text that's more than 2048 pixels high. I don't think so. So that's fine. But yeah, it's one of those things where magic numbers, don't use them all the time, but also you don't need to, you know, like here I'll be changing this part here, the 800. The clear color I'll probably change to like something else. But like at the moment, it's like I don't need to change it, so I only change things to when I need to, right? Maybe that's bad practice. Maybe it's bad practice, but like this 256. The reason why it's 256 is because over in the compute shader, we've got 16 by 16 work groups. And the reason why these are commented out, by the way, is because it was testing code, because my compute shader wasn't working. Let me remove those comments. Comments are evil. Comments are the devil to me. But yeah, there's a lot of times when you'll have things that are magic numbers, and sometimes it's even like, I don't think it's even as bad as he's making it out to be, right? You get, like, you can, in GameMaker, I've used GameMaker before, so in GameMaker it does tell you, hey, what part of the function is this for? And, like, that makes it seem not so much like a magic number. I don't know. I feel like this is something that is okay.
When you look at any function call as another developer, you should understand what's going on without needing to read through the implementation of the actual method itself.
Yeah, but like in GameMaker, I'm gonna open up GameMaker. Let me GameMaker. Whilst that's loading, you can like look at a thing on your screen, and it will tell you, what is this? Remind me later. So let me load up GameMaker. Let me load up this, right? Now, if it were a thing, like sometimes you don't need to, like, okay, shaders. Let's choose a good example. That, like, show debug message, right? It down here it says show debug message value or format, then value 0, value 1. It tells you what is. So we know that like if you're wondering, okay, well, what the fuck is this? It's like, well, it's a part that shows the message. Like, the readability of your code is oftentimes more to do with how things are named, right? And if you press this, it says, oh, show debug message value so you know what this is going to do. You know that this is going to print this to the debug line. If I go to if I go down to another function, right? Is this a good example? Okay, this is an alright example. Script load 3D assets. You see the file name here, and then you see what you're loading here. And it's loading, this tells you that it's loading a mesh. You've got like, yeah, there's things here where it's like, okay, maybe it's hard to understand, but like, vertex position 3D. Well, you're adding the the buffer to it. Is this what I wrote? I don't think so. Yeah, I didn't write it because it has a description. So yeah, and it says the buffer to write information to. Like, the thing about GameMaker is it's really good at making it beginner friendly, which means that you can magic strings, yes. Which means that you can kind of just look at someone else's code as long as it's not incomprehensible, and just go, oh, like, this is what it does. And that's kind of like, you can't see that in Thor's thing, but like, yeah, you can kind of just open up the code, and you don't have to go through the entire documentation. Who needs comments when you have names like Object Gremlin Button and K classes with too many damn categories? Yeah, I don't need comments. I have like descriptive names. But yeah, like, as long as you just name things that are important correctly and all that, then it should be fine. What does this do? Is there anything that I can point to here? Matrix build look at. You want to know what? Oh, this is even better. I'm using magic numbers here. You can't tell what it does. What the fuck is this? What does that do? I have no clue because I used magic numbers. In reality, all you have to do is look down here. It's like, oh, well, that's 60. That's your YFOB. Aspect ratio. So that's 16/9. Z near, 0.1. That's your near plane. Z far, 1,000. That's your far plane. I don't need to read the documentation in order to figure that out. It's like, yes, there are things to criticize, and I hope we'll get to the actual things to criticize, because I don't want to be like dunking on this guy too much, because like, because there are things to criticize.
Siemroth. So part type sprite, part type size. I don't need to read through that to understand what's being passed to it and what it's doing. But that's not what's going on here. I should need to ask myself, what is this number 1? What is the 0? What does it signify? Right? Imagine we have a car object, and I create the car object by passing in 96, 4, false, false. Do you have any idea about what those numbers mean?
Yeah, but like you can in GameMaker, you can just click on it and it will tell you like what those numbers mean, at least to some extent.
How am I initializing that car? You don't. A step above that, a better alternative would be to specify in words what 96 means. For example, unsigned 32-bit integer horsepower equals 96. Number of doors equals 4. Is automatic equals false. Is electric equals false. And then pass that into the construction of car. That is the bare minimum. That's what I would expect out of an intern that's fresh out of school. Taking that a step further, you can implement a concept called strong typing.
Oh, strong typing. Oh, strong typing, does that even exist in GameMaker? But like when it comes to things like that, you know, like I do not like putting every single thing into variables. It's because like you got to name every variable as well, and if you have too many names, things get clunky. I do not like that. Personal preference of mine. I do have magic numbers sometimes that are just in there because I know that I'm not going to need to change them. But yeah.
Which is the most expressive form of instantiation. What we can do in that case is define an alias at the bare minimum or a class, and we can call it horsepower. And then we could create an enumeration for things like transmission or fuel. And then we'd alter the car's constructor and pass in that information. Horsepower 98, door number 4, transmission automatic, fuel gasoline. You don't need to be a game developer to know that that's a lot more maintainable than whatever Thor has here.
I mean, this is C++. The thing that he's showing there is C++. I've been in the position that I've run out of names for variables and in the end just confused myself. Yeah, I have done that plenty of times where there's like 3 different variables that have variations on the same name. It's like, okay, what one do I use? In fact, it was a mistake for me. I once, and one of the things I actually have running, this here, it was a mistake for me to call this global.cs because like there's another thing with a lowercase g. But yeah, it's one of those things where you don't want to use numbers, like you don't want to like have everything in a variable all the time. Especially like here, I think. In this like function. So if t is smaller than 0, 0 doesn't need to be like a thing. It's like, okay, well that's just the smallest possible value that you can have, right? Where it says here 60, like I could have used n for that, but like it's like we know that we're dealing with minutes or seconds or something here. T divided by 24. That's not going to change. It's hours. Like it doesn't take a genius to work that out, right? You can have things that are just magic numbers sometimes, right? You can have this thing where it's like conversion.add, and you just have like this magic number 60 times 60 times 24 times 7. It's like, okay, well, like, does this really need to be in a value? Like, I also know the compiler is going to optimize it so that this is all pre-multiplied anyway as well. So I don't really need to worry about like, oh, is this going to be like more efficient? Also, I noticed that I'm seeing the chat down here. GUI Duck Geoscience. Yeah, I have that problem in R sometimes too. Yeah, like sometimes you have the problem where you just run out of variable names. I don't like to run out of variable names. I prefer to use my variable names a little bit conservatively.
Another really good example of that is at 2556. So if we jump there, okay, right here. Alarm 0, alarm 1, alarm 2. What is that? What are those alarms? Is it an alarm for person A, an alarm for whatever character, an alarm to do what?
Okay, now I get how this is really bad. That's something that's provided by GameMaker. Like, if I, okay, like let me go to let's go to here like this, and let's in here we will type in alarm. See, we got. I didn't create this. It just exists. Alarm 1 equals 0. I guess I'm a bad programmer. Oh, it's an array that exists in GameMaker. For fuck's sake, I did not realize that it was going to be this bad. Like, I feel bad about criticizing him about the magic number stuff, because at least that has some validity to it. But, like, the alarm 1, what does that mean? It's a thing in GameMaker that exists as an array. Thor had no control over, like, maybe he could have commented it. Maybe he could have commented it. Maybe. But it exists right here. I didn't need to make it. What does it say? Why does it say reference to non-existent event alarm 1? Oh, because I haven't gotten an alarm for that. Because I hadn't created an alarm. But yeah, it says this, like, you know this, I didn't create this, because it says here, this one-dimension array is used to get the value for any alarms that the instance may have, or it can be used to set those alarms. It's an array that exists built into GameMaker. This is not Thor's code that he written. You can say, oh, well, maybe you should have used a for loop, but sometimes it's a little bit more readable to just set the alarms in order, especially if there's not too many alarms.
It's unexpressive. It's really spaghetti code, in my opinion. Okay, let's go to around 1 hour and 4 minutes. This is also a complete mess for a couple of reasons. First of all, Thor is using the incorrect data types. This isn't even getting to some sort of advanced design or design pattern. It's showing a complete lack of understanding how to represent information in a program. Okay? What do I mean by that? Well, look at question asked equals 0. Question asked, in my opinion, is true or false. Has this question been asked? It should be a Boolean data type. What does 0 mean?
Okay. This is something that I think is okay. Yeah, I think it's okay because in GameMaker you can just set something to be a Boolean, and well, you can like just give something a value of true or false, and then just have question asked. Now, if there were a thing where I think a lot of beginner programmers do not realize that you can just like be like if this, and I do think this is something that does maybe show a little bit of a lack of experience in Thor's case, or just maybe he's never learnt of it. I know that when I all through high school, I never knew that you could just I never knew that you could just type in a Boolean value in the way that, like, I think Coding Jesus is trying to say here, where it's like, oh, this is a Boolean variable, and I think this is like something that can be like constructive criticism. Obviously, Thor doesn't need to go through and change all the code, but like this is something where it's like, okay, that if it is a Boolean variable, there's no need for the equals 1. If you've got the that equals 0, like that can just be replaced with an exclamation mark, because we're asking if it's not, right? I think this is something that Thor could do a lot better in. I do think it's something that when you are beginning to program and you haven't been taught and maybe taught in the way that I was, it is a problem that you can run into. Or taught the way that I was in tertiary education. Because I wasn't taught this in high school, you go back to my high school code and it's all, I didn't even use the Boolean data type because I didn't get why you'd want to use it.
Booleans are represented as integers under the hood. So in C++, anything that isn't 0 is true, so 1 is true. But why would you even give another developer the option to write question asks equals 42? In theory, that should be true, because anything other than 0 is true, but why even allow somebody to write code that can potentially be that confusing? It's just a no-go.
I mean, this is actually very readable. If it's it can be a little hard to understand C++ code sometimes when it's when you are asking an if statement, because of that truthiness, it's like, okay, I think I have some code where I first test to see if it's a if it's a null pointer. If it's not a null pointer, then it goes and actually tests, it's a Boolean variable, and it's a pointer to a Boolean variable. So if it's a null pointer, then it goes, okay, we've got something here, and then tests if it's true or false, and then runs a thing. And maybe that can probably be confusing to some people. The CM Cat says, "I'm here to say I'm a big fan. Keep up the good work." Thank you. I like people being big fans. Though it is winter, so I need a heater more than a fan. I do actually have a heater, but it's not on right now because it makes too much noise, and I didn't want to be doing the stream and you're just hearing because people have complained about that on Discord before.
Another thing here that I noticed is the absurd amount of comments. Most of the time, you don't need to write comments in your code. That's because your code should be self-documenting. But there is a 1 to 5% case rate in which you should be writing comments only if your code is extremely complex. And that's not the case here. This is a simple if statement and a simple switch statement. You don't need to add comments here. Having a comment for we have asked the question and question asked.
I mean, I agree with this. I think that when it comes to comments, maybe it's a good idea to just have your code as readable as possible. I mean, I say with code that some of you probably go huh? What is this supposed to do? What's EY and EX? Comment everything except when it results in additional job security. True. I feel like when writing for yourself, some people will need comments, some people won't. When it comes to working in a professional setting, you want to have enough comments so that other people can get it. I do think that it is sometimes you can be a bit excessive with comments, but in my case, I don't do that because I'm oh yeah, I know what this does. All this code here is a compute shader, and that just takes a position and converts that position to a position on a 2D grid based on some data that it's given here. It takes a 1D position, turns it into a position. Takes a position in a 1D grid, turns it into a position on a 2D grid, or 1D array, which is basically an image. Both of these are images, but they're using 1D and 2D instead.
Asks equals 1 is totally superfluous, a waste of time, a waste of space. I'm not sure why it was added, if not just to waste time on a dev stream, to spend more time pretending you're coding than watching videos. Okay. Let's take a look at his second stream, because the rest of this stream is reviewing other games, looking at his subscription count. I don't know why he gets so horny looking at this. Watching video games, etc. You guys get the point. Storyline array number. Oh my god. Here he appears to be storing a timeline of events in a flat one-dimensional array with random numbers as the indices in order to represent said event. So literally anything would be an upgrade over what is written here. For example, what he could have done is...
Okay, I actually don't get why this is bad. Like, I do this. Like, if you have, like, I think, actually, if I go to here, I have something, I think I have a script, where a lot of the things in, I think it's like, setup game. Oh, I do have some comments here, where it's like, oh, this is like the different things, and then I have an enum for status effects, yada yada yada. But where's my arrays? Where are my arrays at? Setup game. We create some new flat smackers. Oh yeah, so we have mercy drops, right? We have an array for like, and this can be referenced. So, 181 fields omitted. What? Okay. Oh, I get it. But like we have this thing where it's like a mercy drop, and it's like just 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have like something where it's, I do have something here where I, oh yeah, if it's general actions, that's an array. I have, like a lot of times I just use an array. If an array is needed, that's what I will use. Yeah. Oh, here we go. The progress grid. It's a two-dimensional array that I create. I don't know. I feel like this is okay. Obviously, like it probably should be a little bit more commented, and the person would be like, "Well, what does 2 mean? What does 30 mean?" It's just like the amount of stuff that I need. That's what it means. That's the amount of different options. So 2 by 30. That's 60. And I realize I'm pressing the wrong thing, so we're just going to minimize this.
Is created a nested structure where all of those default values, instead of being hard-coded and written in some file, can simply be stored in a YAML or configuration file that can be edited outside of the build, as to not waste time rebuilding the entire application, in a YAML or XML format. That's Development 101. You learn it in the first week. Values, instead of being hard-coded and written in some file, create any number here. Storyline array number. Oh my god. Here he appears to be storing a timeline of events in a flat one-dimensional array with random numbers as the indices in order to represent said event. So literally anything would be an upgrade over what is written here. For example, what he could have done is created a nested structure where all of those default values, instead of being hard-coded and written in some file, can simply be stored in a YAML or configuration file that can be edited outside of the build, as to not waste time rebuilding the entire application, in a YAML or XML format. That's Development 101. You learn it in the first week of your new job as either an intern or a junior developer.
I feel like, what? Like you don't need. You can just like be like, okay, this is a thing that. You can just have like things that are okay. This is an array value. Now I've never. You don't have to store everything in an XML like document. Like I sometimes there is a need for, or there is a good use for having things outside. So like for example, if you were to look at my code, then there's a lot of times where I use like hard-coded strings, which is bad for language, like language switching. But like in the case of this, like the storyline array, that's like, it's fine to have it just as a thing, as the way it is. Like, it's an array. That is what it is. It's an array of story events. I don't see the problem with it. Not like, I think he's trying to get like, I think he's like saying that it should be a struct, maybe. In which case, I have seen Thor respond saying structs weren't in GameMaker when he started working on the game. And yeah, when structs got added to GameMaker, one of the first things I did was change things to a struct that needed to be a struct. But like, not everything needs to be a struct, you know? Oh, I pressed the wrong button there.
What's even worse is he now also needs to remember what 419 means. So somewhere...
Actually, I have the perfect... I have the perfect solution for this, because because like, yeah, you can like have things like trying to remember, okay, what does this mean, and have that as its own thing, but I actually have the perfect solution for this. Let me open up Google Sheets. Google Sheets. God, I don't want to create every time it's like I click on the thing. It's like trying to create a new sheet. No, I just want to access my sheets. I don't need a new sheet every time I go into sheets. Okay, we go down to, here we go. I have this. This is what I use. This tells me, like, if I need to know what number I want to use, I just put it in here, and this tells me what each number does. So, for example, this is wake up in the room, fall down, da-da-da-da. These are, it tells me what all of these are. If I go to treasure, it tells me what each treasure item is. You know, the index, because this is a one-dimensional array, and it tells me where I can get what the item in that treasure thing is and where it's found, and obviously the index that it is found at. Stock list, you know, that is a list that can tell me those things. Mercy drops tells me that. I don't know what sheet 3 is for. Oh, that's like just various other things. But yeah. Like this is what I do. I don't think it's a bad way of. You assign constants in the code that go back to the external file. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be done that way. I feel like I get the idea of I do get the idea of making it of making things more readable, but at the same time, sometimes it's just like if all these were a constant value, and again, I don't even know if this is possible in GameMaker. But if all of these were a constant value, then yeah, you would. I wouldn't be able to come up with good enough names for all of them. I am terrible at naming things. Yeah, so I just store it in an array and this is my reference thing that I can just have the reference thing open just over here on another monitor, and if I need to work out what I'm doing, I just go look at the reference. It's like, okay, that's the thing. You don't need to remember like when it's 419.
Where in his code he needs to actually add a comment or something to represent what 419 is. As you can see here, I found the file that contains all these events, which are the association between a magic number and some state.
Now, this is where I think that Thor could do it a lot better. I think that Thor should do what I did, where he has, again, because like all these numbers here are being set to 0. This could easily be done. I believe GameMaker has like options where you can just like set a bunch of numbers in an array to like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? If these are also a good question is are all these Boolean variables? No, actually not, because there's 0, 1, 2. But are all of them supposed to be 0? Because I see on the right side here. Oh, that's the save file. My bad. But yeah, if all of these are 0, just like set them all to 0. That is possible in GameMaker, and then just have another file or another thing which you use as a reference for what each of these things are. Especially seeing as like switching between files in GameMaker is a little bit more trickier than in something like Visual Studio, where you've got a bunch of tabs. I mean, I believe they've changed it more recently, but still, I'd rather have something that I can just put on another monitor whilst I've got something over on a different monitor.
It's very obvious that this can get very unwieldy extremely quickly. As you can see here, he has some number associated with 0, 1, or even 2, and then he needs to detail in a comment what that means. Now, imagine a developer accidentally puts 2 here, or 3. Finding, tracking, and solving that bug is really going to be a development nightmare. What if you forget to type 3 here and accidentally type 2 and start associating coffee cold knowledge with floor 2 coffee age? Or even worse, in your code somewhere, instead of typing 213, you type 214, and now need to go back and track why your game is misbehaving. This is extremely poor practice and can get very messy very quickly.
But like, if all of this were a struct, like you use like I believe what he's talking here is like if you have dot storyline array dot da 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 da. The problem that has is like, what the fuck did I call it? Whereas if it's like it's like, what the fuck did I call it? Whereas if I have a file, I can just be like, okay, I want to search through the file, right? I find that like everybody has their own ways of managing things a lot better. Like I have my own way of managing. I have my own way of managing things, and it allows me to cut down on the amount of variable names that I use. Because yeah, what if I do? What if I have like a ton of variables that I've just like named da 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 5, da 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 3? It's like, okay, I accidentally typed 3 instead of 5. Shit, I've modified the wrong. I have actually done that where I've typed in the wrong variable because I was like, I didn't realize that it was used for something else, and then it's like, that's why it's not working, because I've literally typed in the wrong variable. I've had that before. It doesn't just happen with numbers.
Not only that, but this is going to significantly decrease the velocity of your development, because you're going to need to jump between the storyline vars file, find the event you want to reference somewhere else in code, and go back to that line that you'd like to reference the event in.
Yeah, I agree with this. I agree with that. Like, this progress grid over here. That's why I have this, so that I can have it on a different screen rather than needing to switch between things in GameMaker. Typically, you give everything prefixes that have commonalities. For example, you might do event, cafe, coffee obtained for key 210. A good ID will be able to show you a list of all your defined vars. I've been told I'm good at naming things. Problem is, I eventually run out of good names. Yeah, I think that it is okay to use an array, especially like in GameMaker, because like Thor, I believe, started developing Heartbound on GameMaker Studio version 1, which didn't have a lot of the features that other languages do take for granted. That's why I was so, as I said, I was so excited when structs came out. My immediate thought was, I'm switching to structs. Because they're so much more useful, so much more, because I didn't need, 3 or 4 different things. But, I do find that if you just, try to have a name for everything, sometimes it can be Sometimes I just want an array. Sometimes I just want things to be in an array. Even if it's like a hard-coded array, I want things to just be in a way that I feel like I can access it more easily. Yes, I do use enum, and like that's another thing. Like you could have gone, oh, okay, what about enums? And I think enums might have also been non-existent in the earlier versions of GameMaker. I know when I had to, and this was because I was using a free version of GameMaker, but still, I remember when I had to measure the length of an array myself because I didn't have any way to measure how long an array was within GameMaker without paying for it.
So you're going to constantly need to be jumping between files, forgetting, potentially mistyping, and it's just a recipe for disaster. When it comes to the nested structure, though, tell me what you think is better. What Thor has here, or what I have on screen, which in my opinion is much more expressive.
So global.story equals shop cashier is angry, was spoken to, counter has money. Use global.story.shop. I mean, to an extent, yeah, maybe. But also, like, I don't know. I feel like there's certain things where, like, for me, I find it a lot. Now, this might be because I was using GameMaker. But in GameMaker, like, okay, so one of the differences between GameMaker and C++ is that I don't think that all the things in GameMaker are, like, if you want to save, there are probably serialization options, but, like, if I want to save something to a file, right, and I want to just go, okay, go through this, go through all of this and then just save it to a file. That is a lot easier to do with an array. I know that in C++, because you can just, like, get the data out of, like, you can just, like, change the data type. It's really cool. You can change in C++. You can just take the data type, switch it, and then it's a completely different data type. Whereas in GameMaker, it's a lot harder to do it. But my point is, you can basically just take the data and write that to a buffer or whatever, and then just save that to a file, right? So you can basically do that with an entire block of data, and that's easy. Whereas in GameMaker, you can't quite do that, at least from my knowledge. Maybe there is serialization options. I have never used the serialization option, so maybe it's wrong, but I don't know. But also, like, having too many things that you've got to, like, global.story.shop.cashier. is angry. It is something which, that can get confusing at times. Like, I do not like things I'm not a big fan of everything being too nested within a thing. Because I have had the problem, actually very recently, of things being too nested in my own code. And I'm wondering, okay, well, where's the I have to go down a layer deeper. And I believe it was actually, if we go back to this here, I believe it was over here where you've got a font. And with the font, okay, well, you've got a font page, right? Right, and then in the font page, you've got an occupation vector. Then you've also got the characters in the font, and the characters contain different info about each character, and that can itself get confusing. I don't think it's like I think if I had too many different things where something could be, that would itself get a lot more confusing. Sometimes simple structures are a little bit better than trying to make everything verbose. I feel like a lot of the time you can get trapped in this thing of trying to make things too verbose, where at that point it gets more confusing than understandable, because, I'm caught up time-wise, but I know fuck all about coding. Positive vibes. Positive vibes. Yeah. Like, coding is, like, one of those things which I think is a good skill to have. But, like, I feel like people can be too dogmatic about it. And I feel like that's what's happened here. Where it's like, at times it's, oh god, like, I can't remember where it was. But it's like, oh god, like, that's a really, really, really bad criticism. Like, especially if you do not know GameMaker. Like, this person has not used GameMaker. He doesn't know what developing in GameMaker is even like.
Now, this goes beyond simply liking code better. What I have on screen is objectively better because it makes it harder for you and others to make mistakes, and it's a lot clearer as to what's going on. I don't even need to know how this game is designed to understand that whatever he's doing here is not optimal. I also don't need to recommend the most optimal data structure, because literally anything would be better than this. Another thing that's really, really weird is that he's using these numbers to represent people, and now everywhere he writes the number 1 and when it represents a person, he needs to remember that it's Shelly, which is presumably a game character. Imagine removing all these comments. Would you, as a newly added game developer to his game project, have any idea that one is Shelly?
Now, this is a thing which he would have a point here if it wasn't GameMaker. And if, enums existed at the time that Thor started developing his game. It is... I think it's a good practice to use enums. You've seen me use enums for aspects3d.mesh in GameMaker, and I think it's a good idea to use enums. Before enums, I used strings, but that is obviously not a good thing to do. I would agree if the context was different. It can be difficult to go ahead and change everything to be change everything that you've developed. I know that I've had trouble with that myself, but yeah.
You would have no idea. This would never ever be allowed in a production repository, and I've been hinting, it's below what you'd expect of a bottom tier intern. One way to improve this is to write case and then switch on an enumeration. So case character Shelly. That is way, way better too.
Yeah, and this would be a good thing. This would, I think it would be good if it were... Oh, my thing crashed. I think it would be good if it were available at the time. Going ahead and changing everything that you've written... just to fit with something that is more... only positive vibes from me. I'm late to the party and know nothing technical. I trust you. I'm interested. Love your content. Okay, thank you. I was just confused what posi means, I think. I was like, posi vibes? What's that? And I was like, positive. But yeah, this would be good if it were... available, and maybe at some time, at some point, Thor might go ahead and change things. But when something is far enough along in development, it can get hard to change everything. I know that when back in high school, I liked to make games, but sometimes I'd use GameMaker's drag and drop system, and it got really... The problem that I had with GameMaker's drag and drop system is that I started writing code, and I realized that code was a lot better. And I didn't realize how to do every single thing in the drag and drop system, so I started preferring to use code. But the problem that I ran into with that is that I was now using a mixture of things, which meant that I'd have to redo a lot of things in code. I have realized that there are certain things you should think about at the start of when you are creating a game, and that is something that input system and input management is a good example where you want something to manage your input for you. that is something that I think about every time I go into making a game. There are other things as well, like how are the characters, like if you've got multiple characters that you can play as, how is that going to be managed, right? All good things to think about, right? But when you've been developing a game for a while, and especially a game that had restrictions on it via the way that things used to be in the language, then, like, because one of the things you can notice is player_X on screen. And it's like, okay, well, why wouldn't X just be a thing within a player object? That makes the most sense, right? But the reason why it's player_X and not player.x is because of the simple fact that the ability to have something like player.x wasn't available at the time. I would use something like player.x to represent these kinds of things, but if you don't have that available to you, you can't use it, right? It's just not possible to use it. That's why I do think that C++ is a lot better for certain things. But yeah, I feel like a lot of this is not understanding GameMaker, especially the alarm stuff. I hope I removed that alarm because I don't want it there. But yeah, like the alarm stuff, like that's just not understanding how GameMaker works. It's important, if you're going to criticize someone, it's important to know, like if you're going to criticize someone's code, it's important to know how the language works. That's why a lot of the Yandere a lot of the Yandere dev criticism worked, because like people understand how C# works, right? A lot of people understand that, well, a switch statement is going to be a lot better than if else, right? That is going to be a lot better. And like there are criticisms that I didn't see mentioned. Like when you have all that stuff, you can just set it with one line and then have all the comments in a spreadsheet or something like that. And that allows you to have things a lot better. And it's also like going back a little bit, like here. Now, is this a C++ thing? I haven't actually seen things being used like this in C++. Let me check, because if this is a thing that can be done in C++, then valid. But if it can't, then I'd be annoyed. So let's see, because I haven't seen. So we've got our struct. We'll go here. We'll go. Let's create a new struct. I don't need a new struct at the moment, but we'll just go struct yada yada. Yeah. Okay. And then we will go serve. Yeah, that would get annoying. Even in C++, that would get annoying. I can understand it being used in something like JavaScript or GML, but having to define everything is going to get annoying. Like, this, like, you, true. Is that valid? Wait, hold on. Let me try public first, and then go Yo. True? This is... No, doesn't like it. This has no storage class or type specifier. Yeah, that gets annoying in a language. If you just want a bunch of things that you know the data type is going to be, having to declare everything as like having bool. Oh, and I actually didn't know that this was valid C++. But yeah, interesting. I did not know that this was valid C++. I view it as very much a JavaScript type of thing. Actually, I wonder. That wouldn't work though, because there's no generic thing in C++, is there? So if I were to go something like 80 auto 80 80 equals, and the auto does not know, it can't tell what auto type it is. So if we go something like foo true, yeah, this is not valid C++. Because it doesn't know what type it is. God, for someone that's talking about like types and stuff, like yeah, like if you want a list, like I don't know, like I feel like typing in like Boolean is angry, Boolean is spoken to. You also have to have like contains all this. Like this would get unwieldy in C++. This is like, because you'd have to define the. Because this is really where it gets interesting, because, or gets bad. You would have to define the type of cashier, right? You'd have to define the type of what shop is. Because C++ does like a lot of memory management stuff. This would be very difficult in C++. I do not like this. I really don't, because you'd have to have a type for cashier, type for shop, and then you'd have to have the type for what global.story is. That this isn't even like, this is more of like, this is valid criticism if it's Game Maker, but not in C++. Like, he's been using a C++ perspective for a while now. Why is it so unwieldy? Like, yeah, you can do that in Game Maker, but if you do that in C++, like in C++, then that doesn't work. Like, and I mean in Game Maker 2 as well. Well, it doesn't work. In C# it might work, right? In C#. Because I know that you can have like generics and stuff like that. Like if I just go to here and I go something like object Toto equals, and then I can go dofi. Oh yeah, I would have to go like int dofi 5, something like that. That doesn't work? Okay. I remember seeing something like it. And I remember using something like it, but I don't remember where it was. I didn't break things by hitting the save button. I was just like trying to not think. We'll see. But yeah, these criticisms are just too too, like, it's just, like, too petty, you know, and coming from a place of, like, not knowing how GameMaker works, and not knowing that the features that are currently in GameMaker have not always been there. Like, if the features had always been there, then fine. Like, some of those criticisms would be absolutely valid. But also, like, some of the criticisms don't even apply to C++. Like, why would I want to have, like, a bunch of... Like, I actually did this in C#, actually. I had to create all these different things just so that I could read in values from a JSON thing, because and I didn't like doing that, because it's like, okay, well, I need so, like, I can't remember which one was. Oh, if I go to Google requests, there'll be a bunch down the bottom. But yeah, I needed all these different things just to be able to open things. And I don't like that. JSON is annoying if you're dealing with things in a language that has types or has... Because I even wrote a JSON parser in C++, right? Where is that? Where is it? Parse JSON. Here we go. And, you know, I didn't want to have to, like, make new types for new different types of things for everything. So I just was like, okay, well, we'll pass it out and store the type in a variable within the thing, which does work. It works pretty well. But, like, if you're wanting things to be easy, this is not the easy way to do things. The easy way to do things is just, like, to store things with types in mind, or store things in a way that you can easily just figure out, okay, what type is this going to be? And then, like, use things like arrays. Arrays are useful, whereas this kind of using something like JSON, like, if you're using a language like C#, that becomes a lot easier to extract stuff from the JSON file, but it becomes a lot harder if you want to actually use that in any way. Yeah, I could have made I could have just been like, okay, well, we're going to make a data type for each different thing, but then it becomes a lot harder to, like, read out of a JSON file. Like, even generically. So yeah, I prefer to have things, like, be generically accessible. But I hope I've made the point that I want to make. The point is, like, if someone's doing something bad, don't be overly critical of them. It's like, maybe there are bad like, I do think that Thor's code is lacking. I do think that. I do think that it could be a lot better. Like, and that's even before all the new features of GameMaker were added, like structs, like enums, and, like, all that. I do think that there are things that could be changed. There are things where I do agree with coding Jesus, but there are times where it's like, this seems a bit too nitpicky. And, like, could it be because I fall into a lot of the traps that Thor does? Maybe. Right? Maybe that is true. But at the same time, I feel like saying, oh, this is the wrong way of doing things, you have to do things in this way, when sometimes people code differently. There's no single right way to code. Sometimes someone will do better with an array. Sometimes someone won't do better with an array. It's all about, like, how you do best. If I have a bunch of values and I know I'm going to need to access them at different times, I will put that all in an array. I'm not going to have, this huge structure of data, right? This data structure that has shop dot this dot this dot this. I'm just going to be like, okay, we've got a bunch of booleans. I'm going to put this into a thing. Because, yeah, like, it is something that does get a bit too tedious at times. And maybe I don't know maybe there are things that I don't know about C++. C++ is a big language. But, like, I would rather write code that I understand, that I can work with, than writing code that's supposed to meet some arbitrary mark of quality. And the nail says, if it works, it's right, and that's the point. That's the point that I'm making. If it works, it's right. This here is may not be the most optimal way to pass a JSON file, but it works. At least from what I've seen. Well, it didn't work at first, but it works now. So, like, it's one of those things where there are different ways to do things in code. And some people will find certain ways easier, and some people will find different ways easier. Saying that, you should do this, saying you should do this because of this I don't think is very constructive. I think a better way is to say, hey, this could be made easier if you were to do something like that. And if someone disagrees, then that's on them. If someone disagrees with, if someone says, I don't think I would find that easier, then that's up to them. Sometimes it can be difficult to deal with things like enums, for example. I always initialize my enums within the struct that they're going to be used for, even though they might be used outside, because I don't want all that clutter, all the clutter of all these different things showing it. Like if I type in type, then it just shows up anywhere that this is included. Anywhere this is included, it'll show up, and I don't need to deal with that. I don't need to deal with we're gonna have like type null show up. So it's like, to me, it's a lot easier to type out JSON component, and it's not even dotted. It's like this little thing, this little operator, then type null, which can be tedious, but it works better for my understanding, right? That's the point that I'm getting at. Some people will do things certain ways, some people will do things other ways, some people may not like the ways that other people do them, but at the end of the day, you want it to work. You want it to be understandable to the person or people that are writing the code. Because if it's not understandable to them, then it doesn't matter if it's understandable to anyone else. They're not going to be able to work on it, right? Anyway, I think that's what I have to say. Any thoughts from chat? Because I noticed that chat has been pretty quiet lately, but it's also maybe because I've lost a lot of viewership since the stream started. As I said, like, I'm not the best streamer in the world. I try to articulate my thoughts. I thought I was coming down with like a little thing. Wait, let me switch back to this. I thought I was coming down with a cold. And, like, I still think I am, but, like, it's not at a bad point, so I might be safe. I also realized I haven't checked Discord in a while, and I do have a message. I got a message. I'm just gonna say I got I think that when it comes down to it, what you want to do is you want to make sure that if you're writing code that it's going to be understandable to you. That's the main thing. Like for this, the reason why if I was writing this for a company, yeah, I'd have a lot more comments in it. But I'm writing this largely for me. Maybe someday I might need someone else to come along and help me work on this. And in that case, I'll go ahead and add comments. But at the time being, it works for me, you know. And that is the point. So any thoughts from anybody in the chat? And I'm just going to yap about like how I thought I was coming down with the cold, but I'm not sure anymore. And maybe it's because I've been yapping. I do have a bit of a stuffy nose, but I'm also not entirely sure if I am coming down with the cold. I love what you have to say, but I'm biased and just pleased to catch you on live for the first time. Event my pro science feelings. Again, keep up the good work. As for coding, I know nothing. That's fine. I feel like I had more things that I wanted to talk about when it came to the anti-science, but like I just feel like when it comes to the anti-science stuff, like there's so much of it that it's I want to make like a proper video for it, but there's so much of it that it's like, where do I even start? Do I just go listing off the stuff that's anti-science that the Trump administration have done? And there's obviously going to be people that will disagree with certain stuff. Say, oh, actually, this is cutting down on waste and expenditure. And it's like, oh, you know, waste and expenditure and fraud and whatever. And it's like, but like that's going to... I don't think you know how it works. Like it's literally going to shut down one of the LIGO arms. Or one of the LIGO things. You know, I do not want that. I've been sharing my thoughts when I had them. It is coming up to like different times. I try and stream in the morning. I streamed a little bit later today because I was just so tired. I've got like a video that I've got a video that I've got coming out that I've got recorded. Hope I can record another video today, but I don't. Like, I'm not sure if I feel up to it. We'll see. Because like I do have stuff over the next week that I need to attend to. Yeah, I think I do have a cold, or at least a stuffy nose. We'll see how that. Hopefully, it's nothing too bad. There are things I want to do. I want to hang out with people. I don't want to be stuck in someone's room whilst feeling like whilst I can't do much, you know. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, if that's everything that I don't think you know how it works as the proper response to every cut made by the Trump administration. Yeah, I don't think Trump knows how things work. I don't think Trump knows how tariffs work. Everything that Trump has done has been bad for the U.S. economy. You can say that he's like, people are trying to say, oh, it's bringing manufacturing back. It's not. It's literally, if you add tariffs, you can literally drive manufacturing away because a lot of these things are not just supplying for people in the US, they're supplying for people around the world. And when you've got tariffs on something entering a country, and then you're going to have tariffs, because there will always be counter tariffs, it makes sense to manufacture in countries that aren't at a trade war. Since I missed the start, do you mind giving a quick recap of what you were looking at regarding the coding? Yeah, it was to do with when it comes to pirate software. Now, pirate software, you can love them or you hate them. But like, I feel like there's been a lot of people jumping on him. Obviously there are the problems with the stop killing game stuff that he's and I am generally in support of stop killing games. I do wonder how practical it is, but like the practicality of I think. For me, I want things to be playable after the, if a game, there are games that I know that I would not be able to play because I can't get access to them. I think that it would be a good idea, and you can disagree with pirate software for that. I think that Pirate Software has been a dick regarding that at some points, right? But just because he's been a dick doesn't mean that there should be an entire hate campaign that goes into every little thing. It's drama for drama's. It's often drama for drama's sake, and if a lot of the stuff came out before the whole stop killing games thing, then it would have been a lot, like, that would have been fine. But, like, it is a thing where a lot of people are hating on Pirate Software just to hate on him. And I don't think that's a good idea. I think that if you're going to criticize someone, make sure you're criticizing them because you legitimately have disagreement, rather than it being a thing of, it's popular to hate on this person right now, so I'm going to do it. Like, I know people will criticize me for doing that with Sabine Hossenfelder, but, like, I legitimately had problems with Sabine Hossenfelder, or Sabina Hossenfelder, before Professor Dave came along, right? Before she made that god-awful trans video. Before she made misunderstood things about capitalism. Or like, misattributed certain things to capitalism. Like, I had problems with Sabina Hossenfelder before all that. My video is nothing in relation to that. Like, I genuinely watched her video, like, it was over 2 years ago. And I was like, this doesn't sit right with me. Like, there were certain points where, like, maybe when it comes to the funding of certain things, you can criticize. Maybe we don't need a huge particle, like the biggest ever particle accelerator. Maybe that's not the best expenditure of funds. But when it comes to Sabina's video, it seems to be a lot. I don't feel like it's just that. But yeah, for example, the treadmills for shrimp was a means for tracking pollution in waters where the shrimp live. Yeah, it's one of those things where when you cut science funding, quite often you're cutting things that you don't understand yourself. Like, it may seem like scientists are doing a silly thing, but sometimes it can actually have interesting things. And then the CM Cat says, she made a trans video, glad I hasn't seen that. She made two, and one of them, I haven't seen either of them, but one of them probably is better than the other. And that's all, like, because when it comes to sports, it's always controversial. But, like, my ideas for sports, and I want to make a trans women sports video because I think it is something where I have ideas which people don't really think about. Like if you want to say, cis women, trans women have an advantage against cis women, right? And you say it's because of this, and this. It's like, okay, let's say that trans women have an advantage because of this, and this, right? We know one of the advantages is going to be testosterone. We know one of the things that give an advantage is testosterone, right? You take out testosterone, they're not going to have that advantage. That's where, like, the men's advantage over a lot of women in women's sports would, or the men's advantage over women in sports would come from a lot of the time. But if you want to say things like bone structure and that, and you can prove that that is a measurable advantage that is given, then I think that it is a good idea to maybe have different limits from the other things. Like, work out what you can control, and go, okay, well, we don't want trans women to have an unfair advantage, right? I think we can all agree on that. So what we can control is we can control, like, testosterone levels, especially in trans women. Like, that's something that's very easily done. Like, trans women do it all the time. And so you go, okay, well, it's got to be below this certain amount. But, like, that certain amount is often the threshold for, like, where will often be the high end for cis women, alright? Okay, so maybe put it below that for trans women to help deal with the other advantages that you might have, right? If there is a measurable advantage, you can do that. Like, if you lower testosterone in a trans woman, they are not going to have as much of an advantage. If it's significantly lower than in a cis woman, it will then cancel out any other advantage that they may have. But first, you have to prove that yes, they have an advantage aside from testosterone. My take on trans women in sports. What happens when you replace trans women with black people? That is another good thing, because like quite often black people do have an advantage in certain sports over white people. Should sports be segregated by race? I hope not. You see this with, like, I think it's like running, I think, where like it's quite consistent that black people have an advantage over white people because they had to spend a lot of time. White people were in the north, were spending a lot of time on building muscle and all that kind of stuff. Wouldn't have been advantageous. Wouldn't have been as advantageous if you have to be running a lot to catch your meal or something like that. Or even just running away from something that wants to have you for a meal. Like that kind of thing can lead. There are genetic differences there, and I don't think that we should segregate the sports because of those differences. I think that it should be that we're just trying to find out who's the best. Definitely Kenyans seem to have an advantage over other marathon runners. Yeah, it's one of those things where the problem that you get, and the problem especially why racism in sports would be like a huge problem is because a lot of sports comes down to funding. If you have a lot of funding for a sport, then that sport is then the people that compete in that sport are going to get better opportunities and all that kind of stuff. Now, when you have segregated sports, and this is a problem with women's sports as well, is you find that the funding doesn't always go to isn't always equally distributed. When it comes to women's sports, they are often underfunded compared to men's sports because a lot of people don't appreciate or even watch women's sports compared to men's sports. And when it comes to if you had the same segregation along racial lines, you would find that white people's sports would probably be a lot more well-funded than black people's sports, which would deepen certain racial divides, especially in like outcomes. Like if you have if you segregate sports by race, kind of like how segregation was enforced way back when. If you segregate sports like that, then black people would not be able to compete in in sports as much as white people, because the black sports would not get as much funding as white sports. We see the same kind of thing with women's sports. And we even saw like a lag of like, I believe it was in the 90s, where it looked like women were going to catch up to men in certain areas, because there was a lag behind women actually competing in sports due to all the differences in like funding, and we now had more women competing in sports. So eventually that catch up, once you address all those inequalities, does happen. But before then, you just have problems. Those differences still exist here in the US. That's another thing. The training facilities for women are almost always underfunded compared with the facilities for... I assume you mean compared with the facilities for men in the same sport. I don't also, yeah, like it's one of those things where the deeper problem is the funding for like women's sports compared to men's sports. That is a big problem that doesn't seem to be addressed by any turfs or whatever. When it comes to and that's one of the problems that you would have if like there was a trans category. What funding would be given to that? Like, you'd have one person running around the track in circles half the time because it's like, oh, we're gonna, it's like, because that's the only person who's really competing. It's like, who the fuck are all the other trans women to like compete? They're at the D&D session. Like, it's one of those things where it wouldn't work. And they cannot compete against men because, spoiler alert, testosterone is a thing that you kind of need in order to compete against men. I'd also appreciate discussion on the intricacies of sport versus daily life, trans rights, human rights. It is one of those things where, like, I don't know too much about sports, I'll admit, but at the same time, like, I do think that people deserve to compete in sports that in a fair way, right? I think that the trans woman in sports thing is not about unfairness versus fairness. It's about the best way to deliver on fairness. It's like, if you just remove trans women from women's sports, you are then creating an unfairness. If you just allow everyone to compete together, well then a lot of women are going to be pushed out of sports because they cannot compete with men. Those two sort of extremes are both unfair, and so the sort of thing that I view, right, is that, okay, well, let's have women's... well, we can either have women's sports, or we can have, like, different categories that aren't based along gendered lines. Maybe there are certain intricacies that we need to assess, but we shouldn't just assume that everything is going to be too intricate, so it has to be boiled down to gender. I think that is harmful and isn't all that constructive. If trans women are excluded from a sport, then sport is saying that trans women aren't women. Yeah. And I do think that is a belief that a lot of people have. Like, a lot of people don't realize. I think a lot of people are very. How do I put it? Like, they fundamentally think that sex impacts people's lives more than gender, when in reality gender is the thing that impacts. And it's not, I wouldn't say that they just think that it's sex that impacts people's lives more than gender. It's a very narrow conception of sex, especially with the way that people treated Imane Khalif. Right? Whether Imane Khalif is intersex or whatever, she has lived as a woman for all her life. And she will get treated like a woman like hell. She was treated, like, her getting into boxing she had to hide it from her father or something, because she was treated like a woman. Like, that's... You can't tell me that she has not experienced the result of misogyny. You cannot tell me that. And it's one of those things where it's like, but she has this, that, and the next thing. It's like, who fucking cares, right? If I have, like, let's say that I find out that I have a uterus or whatever, and that I produce eggs or whatever. Does that really matter? What does that change? You know, like, I would, you know, I'm pretty sure I don't, because I don't know about it. But, like, what would that change? It would change nothing. I'd still get treated the same way. And if I said, oh, yeah, but I have a uterus, like, people would just accuse me of lying, you know? She was assigned female at birth, and she had no reason. She has had no reason to question her sex. Yeah. And it's one of those things. It's like, why are people so obsessed with calling her a man when that's not what she is? Like you would not, if it never came out that there was any if there was never anything that was brought up to do with her chromosomes, then people would not be questioning whether she's a man or a woman. People would just be like, oh yeah, she's a woman. And like that's the thing. Like, a lot of people don't know their chromosomes. A lot of people may not even be fully aware of what anatomy they have. It could be possible that someone that you think is male has a uterus. It could be possible that they have XX chromosomes. It could, and they just might not know because they haven't really like gone and checked. Humans are diverse in that way. And I don't see the point of obsessing over small characteristics like sex, when sex is like, yes, it can impact your life in some ways. Like, if you get pregnant and you need to have an abortion, for example, if you get pregnant from circumstances that you don't want to get pregnant, that can impact your life. And I'm not saying it can't impact your life. What I'm saying is that's not the most pressing thing that I think that people are worrying about when it comes to things. I know that for me, like, when I came out as trans, obviously a lot of things that I had to worry about changed. Like, if I walk home late at night, I have to be a lot more careful now. I need to make sure that I'm not going to just, because if someone comes across me, they are not going to be like, oh, well, this is clearly a trans woman. They're going to be like, oh, this person's a woman. Right? And I don't think that's the main thing I need to worry about all the time. But also, I get hit on by creepy dudes. They're not thinking, oh, this is a trans woman, so I'm not going to hit on her. Oftentimes they don't know that I'm a trans woman, you know, and so that's like people in the street will like, one time I was walking to the doctor's to get something tested, and this person was like, I don't move, lady, because I had to like walk around. It was really rude, and it's like one of those things where I get treated like a woman. Sometimes in not the best circumstances. But sometimes I'll be walking by, and then like I'll hear, like, one time I heard someone say to, I think she said it to her boyfriend. I don't know what they're, at the very least they're friends, I assume. But she said, "Oh, I love her skirt." It was in a like hushed voice as well. It's one of those things where, when it comes to like trans issues. Yes, there's a lot of different aspects, and people don't realize that we do get treated like women. Misogyny is something that we experience. We also experience like additional things on top of that, because it's funny because like we do not get treated like men. Even we do not get treated by men, even by people that claim that we are men, right? Because they'll listen to a man, but will they listen to a trans woman? No. So many transphobes will be like, "Oh, you're a man," and then they'll go and listen to a man about like stuff, and it's like, well, you clearly didn't listen to me. I'm clearly getting treated like you're clearly treating me different. than you would treat any man. It's one of those things where, and it's not all bad as well. I just want to say there are good things about getting treated like a woman. Sometimes people find me a little bit more approachable, especially one time I was at a thing and I was like, I went to this event and I didn't really know many people there. I knew 2 people in total at the event. So at one point I was standing alone, kind of waiting for the main event to sort of start. Having grabbed a bit of food. I actually got it was annoying because later on, walked home with Celeste and I had gotten this thing of food that they hadn't used all of. And so I'm walking home. I was actually walking to Celeste's place because. And one of the things of walking to Celeste's place is it's a bit of a hard trek. So I was doing that, had my food. Celeste swings her arms and it just knocks so much food, and I'm like, God damn it, Celeste. It's annoying. Anyway, but people do find me a bit more approachable. Which I think is good. Obviously, there's the dynamics have shifted. A lot of people would before I came in as trans, people might have been like, oh, that's a guy. He can just do whatever, But now that I'm trans, people are like, oh, this person is more this woman is approachable, and sometimes that's a bad thing, but sometimes it's a good thing. Sometimes it's oh, it's cool that this person approached me, new friend, especially I feel trans women find me approachable, which is something that I like. That's why I don't mind being a little bit clocky, right? If someone clocks me, it's okay, if they're trans and they clock me, and let's be honest, trans women clock trans women so much better than cis women clock trans women. When it comes to a turf, they'll think that someone's a trans woman because they don't look a certain way, and they'll be like, oh, this person is clearly trans, or transgender is the way that I hear it often said by turfs. And it's okay, that person is cisgender though. That's a cis woman. And then when you get to trans women, it's you have a lot of trans women that pass very well, but there's always some kind of tell, right? But you don't. It's not easy to pick up on it. You need to actually talk. You need to actually talk to the trans woman, and know how trans women tend to act to actually pick up on it. And it's so I was at this coding thing, and trans woman approached me, and the tell was. She asked if I was into coding. That was the tell. And I was but obviously I wasn't certain. And I was yeah. We had a bit of a chat, and later I found out, okay, yeah. But that was the thing that made me think, is she trans? I think she might be. It was nothing like how she looked. Or it was nothing to do with how she looked. It was nothing to do with how she sounded even. Voice passed very well. And it was just oh. It was just oh, this person asked, are you into coding? Would you like to go shopping for striped socks? Yeah. If that had been the thing, then I'd been immediately. Because I still had this idea of, it seems like the thing a trans woman would ask. And then, I can't remember every single part of the conversation, but later, eventually, I kind of put two and two together, and I was like, oh yeah, definitely a trans woman. Does building PCs count? I think it's programming in particular. Like, trans women, we really like our programming. It's probably something to do with like ADHD or autism, at least some neurodivergency, right? Like, we're all neurodivergent in different ways, but like the thing that unites us all is programming. Like, we all can like write some really good code. Oh, I just realized. But yeah, what was I gonna say? I forgot where I was. I forgot where I was going. But like, the thing is, and like sometimes I'll like pick out trans women, and like sometimes I won't even know if the person that I've picked out is like if they're a trans woman or just like non-binary. Because it'll be like, because like there's times where it's like, I feel like that person's non-binary, but like also they could just be really early on in transition because like it takes a while for estrogen to take effect. Hell, there's been times when I've like thought I've thought someone was maybe a trans woman, like a non-binary trans woman, and then I find out that no, they're actually a trans guy. It's like, what? Okay. Emphasis on the non-binary part. Or they were a non-binary trans guy. And so it's like one of those things where like gender is complex. Like the way that people treat you is going to be based on the way that they see you, it's not going to be based on your chromosomes. It's not going to be based on your sex. It's going to be based on whatever information they have about you. Trans women do get, and here's the thing, trans women do get treated worse than trans men. That's actually like one of the really wild things, is if it were all about your sex, then if I really had male privilege, then why is it that I would get treated worse than a trans guy? Someone who, a trans guy would get treated better than me because he's seen as a man. It's one of those things where it's like people are more listening. Cis people. Because there are problems with like quite often trans women might not listen to trans guys, and quite often trans men won't listen to might not listen to trans women, because it is sometimes seen as two somewhat separate communities. That is unfortunate. I do wish that more people would listen to both trans women and trans men. But like cis people in general will be more willing to listen to a trans guy than a trans woman. And it's like, okay, but they're also more willing to listen to men than women as well. Like cis men compared to cis women. Why is that? Like if it was based on sex, then you'd expect the opposite to be true. You'd expect people to be more willing to cis people to be more willing to listen to trans women than trans men. But yeah, build my PC for me first, and then I can provide you with an answer. I have a whole stack of upgrades, but I need to take the time to get someone to walk me through the steps. I've never built it. Well, I've experimented with PCs and stuff, right? Like I had like this PC here, like was kind of custom built. I like it, though the fan rattles sometimes. I do not like that. But it is one of those things where like I when it comes to building PCs, I'd be like too worried that I'm going to break something. And so I just leave it up to the professionals, you know? It's like, oh, okay, if I get like if I'm getting an upgrade, I'll be like, yo, I'll take it to someone and be like, yo, can you like upgrade this? Like if I want to get a new GPU, trans men don't seem to get much spotlight with media and whatnot, if that makes sense. Yes, but like the way that the way that it comes down to it, like when it comes to like people in the community, I find that get listened to. There's obviously the controversial ones, but like when it comes to like transphobes who they're willing to listen to, it seems like they're more willing to hear out a trans man or be kind to a trans man than they are to a trans woman. There's a lot more. I might be wrong about that, but I feel like trans women often are a lot more often the target of ridicule. I don't really see ridicule launched towards trans men, right? Like trans men are like they do get ridicule. Like, don't get me wrong. Like that is something. That is something that they do experience. Like I think that most people who are trans experience ridicule. But like when it comes to trans women, like absolutely, like they get more ridicule because and I don't know why. I think they're just seen as a more acceptable target than trans men. Like people will like. I think it's partially because, like, in ways, it's harder to, like, it's, like, easier to accuse a trans woman of being a groomer because of, like, societal expectations and stuff, and it's a lot harder to throw the same accusation towards a trans woman because, again, not trans woman, towards a trans man, because, again, societal expectations and stuff, or how, like, people are expected to be in society. So I think that when it comes to like trans women, they do get a lot more ridicule. Like if you have someone who's if you have a trans man and you have a trans woman, and they look exactly the same, just people know about like that whether they're a trans woman. I mean, even like then actually, you get some people that are accused of being a trans. You get people that are accused of being like a trans woman when they're like a trans man, and it's like, get the gender right, bud. And so it's like one of those things where I do think that there's a lot more ridicule, and we're more visible. Like trans women are obviously more visible because of that, right? We're at the forefront of the conversation. But we're often not listened to within that conversation. Whereas I think that trans men, because they've got a lot more sympathy, then they are able to get they're able to be listened to a lot more in the conversation. At least but they're not as visible, if that makes sense. Like the thing, like, actually, now that I think about it, when it came to, Elliot Page, I think it was. I got the name right? Elliot Page, whilst he did receive, a lot of, backlash, I think it does have a different kind of, it's usually... Like, when I see someone talk about Elliot Page, it's usually, he look... You know, they won't say he, but, like, I'll say he. They'll say something along the lines of, he looks so sad, like, this is what trans ideology does to people. Whereas, you get a trans woman, people would be mocking the trans woman relentlessly, like based on her looks and all that kind of stuff. And even like, and like, the reason why I think Elliot Page is focused on so much is because he was famous when he transitioned. Non-famous trans women will often get their fame through being relentlessly attacked. Like that Lily Tino person, who you can have disagreements with. Sure, like, you can disagree with the way that she goes about things, which I do, but at the same time, I don't think that I think that a lot of the backlash that she gets is because of the simple fact that she's a trans woman. Hello, Lindsay Bowie. Just talking about gender, because I can yap about gender on these streams. I've actually noticed something. I've noticed that, like, there is, on, like, a lot of my streams, there's, like, a certain dip between, like, a lot of people will be able to show up early in the morning. But, like, later on, I've noticed that, like, there tends to be, like, more people that show up. It's just, like, Bo? Okay, so Lindsay Bo. Okay, cool. Because I've noticed that, like, the concurrent, like, a lot of people have just been showing up recently, which makes me think maybe I should stream later on in the day if I'm going to be streaming. But then there are also people that would miss that stream. So it's like, do I? That's the advantage, actually, of more doing the streams that FTFE does. But, like, I actually need to make sure that I've got, like, a plan and people donate for those streams because, you know, I have ideas actually for future ones, but we'll see how they turn out. I'm in the UK and I got home from pub. Yeah. Like, it'd be, like, midnight in the UK. The only answer is stream both. That could be bad for your mental health at all. Yeah, like, streaming can be quite difficult. It can really take a toll. You've got to be speaking the whole time, and you've got to be thinking the whole time. Like, I am glad that in New Zealand... Oh, actually, I forgot to talk about something earlier. You're in FTFE, now waiting for the Drunken Debunk Show, I think? The Drunk Debunk Show? But what was I going to say? I was going to say something about... about streaming, maybe. Oh, there was something I forgot to talk about, though. Oh, we have Blurry Planner for a bit. Just never stop streaming. Oh, God, that would be... Oh, yeah, I remember what it was. Like, in February, apparently, like, things for ADHD medication in New Zealand are changing. So hopefully that makes it easier to get on ADHD medication, because I think that would help. And, yeah. Anyway, something I forgot to talk about is New York. I'm excited for what seems to be happening over there, because in New York, this guy called Mamdani is running for mayor. Now, the unfortunate thing is that, like, the pushback on Mamdani has been, it's received a lot of attention. Like, I am in New Zealand, and I know who Mamdani is, right? Like, if you asked me to name, I don't know, the mayor of LA, I don't know who that is. I know who the current mayor of New York is, Eric Adams, because of Trump's corruption. Right, I know that because of Trump. Trump was like, oh yeah, we're gonna just order our DOJ to not look into Eric Adams. Whatchamacallits. But yeah, like he was like, oh yeah, let's not look into his corruption. And it's like, well, that just goes to show that Trump is corrupt. Anyway, I know who Mamdani is because it's received international attention. And I think that you've got a lot of people that are saying, oh, but he's a socialist, he's a communist even. Ooh, that's scary. Communism, well, scary. And I feel like the issue that you run into is there's a few issues that you run into, and one of those issues is the fact that communism isn't as scary as it used to be. But it's one of those things where it's like, okay, we keep on trying right-wing policy. And I talked about this earlier. We keep on trying right-wing policy. And like people will be like, oh, the Democrats ruined New York. And it's like, okay, but what socialist policy did they implement in New York? Tell me, like, how the socialism ruined New York. No, the reason why New York is so expensive is because of things like unregulated capitalism. Because of being unwilling to build more houses that are affordable. You get areas of New York that are run down because people are not willing to invest the money to clean those, not clean those places up, but like to breathe new life into those places, right? And it's one of those things where like you need to invest in housing, and you also need to make that housing affordable, right? If all the housing that is affordable in your city is run down dilapidated areas, then you're going to have that's where everybody is going to end up moving to, right? And then people won't want to move there. But what option do they have? And it makes your city look bad, right? You want areas that have vibrancy. You want the whole city to have vibrancy, but you want to make sure that the city is affordable. You don't want to end up in this sort of trap of... You don't want to end up in the sort of trap of no one except people who are rich can live there because everything's too damn expensive, because people want to live in New York City because it's got a lot of employment opportunities. It's where a lot of jobs are. But people are being forced out of New York City because they can't afford it. And that makes life just worse for everyone that wants to have a job. Only Trump is calling... I've seen a few people call Mamdani a communist. My view on government is that it's their responsibility to look after the people. In my eyes, the American government is guilty of criminal neglect. Yeah, I agree. I feel like when it comes to governments, the US government has had the problem where it's been too scared to do anything, right? And that's where, like, a lot of people will look at the US government and then go, oh, well, the government doesn't do anything, it's corrupt, it's wasteful. And to an extent, there are things, like, if you want to say that the government is wasteful, it's like, yeah, like, how many billions of dollars go to the Pentagon each year? If you want to say that the government is, but that's not the way that government has to be, right? It's all about making sure that you've got... it's all about making sure that you can invest in things like infrastructure. Like, you need to invest... the problem is that people don't see the governments investing in them. They see the government investing in themselves, essentially. Or investing in even other countries, which is, an important thing for a government to do. But because the US government spends so much time investing in other countries rather than investing in America, people are like, well, people are like, oh, well, the government's being wasteful. It's like, sometimes those investments in other countries are necessary, but again, like, invest in America. Investing in America is a good way to be able to bring in more revenue, just from the simple fact of, like, a statewide train system, or a countrywide train system, right? In my view, it's the people's responsibility to look after the government. Don't just vote, call your elected officials when there's an issue you care about. Yeah, that is important, because a lot of people view politics as, oh, you vote and then nothing happens for the next 4 years, right? In New Zealand, I feel like it is different. We can see, like, we can actually, like, feel a lot more of the effects of when the government does something. So, when the government did the tax cuts, that's something that I feel like not a lot of people felt the effects of. But when the government removes the $5 prescription fee from things, we feel the effects of that, because, like, we can see it there. If the government in New Zealand I'm trying to remember, like, some of the other examples. Oh yeah, like with like changing things like registration, or changing the cost of vehicle registration, or changing the cost of public transport. Those are things that we feel the effects of. And I think the American government is in this area where it doesn't want to make effects doesn't want to make effects to people that are felt. Like, it's tried, right? One of the effects that would be felt is loan forgiveness. But then, like, people are like, oh, but that's socialism. That's communism. Right? But it's like, that would be a positive effect on people that would be felt. Right? You get this, and you get this issue where the deficit is, like, increasing, and as the deficit increases, you make it harder for... As the US deficit increases, you make it harder to actually invest in the US, because there's so much money that's being borrowed. Are you really going to be able to pay all that back? The thing that the US needs to do is stop like giving tax cuts to billionaires, and start, like, just taxing people so that they can actually pay for stuff. I think the US government would have a lot less problems if, like, they actually paid for things, A, by taxing people, but also B, started paying for things that people feel the effects of. Like, if you have, like, a nationwide train network, rail network, people would feel the effects of that, especially if it's high-speed rail. High-speed rail across the country. People would immediately be able to be like, oh, I can get from place to place a lot easier. And that's what I want New Zealand to do as well. I want New Zealand to, like, start working on things like high-speed rail, so that we can actually... Like, I'd love to be able to, like, just go to, like, take a rail network up to Auckland, say hi to Alice, and then, like, the next day just come back home. I'd love to do that. But I can't, because, like, all what I have to do is I have to instead buy a plane ticket, which also means that I need a shuttle to the airport, and I have to go all the way, I have to go to Auckland, and it's a whole thing. Whereas if there was a rail line that went... If there was a much better rail line, then it would be a lot easier. Trains' rights. Yeah, and that's what I want to advocate for. Like, actually invest in infrastructure that will make it easier for people to get around. Don't require them to have a car, because again, if you require people to have a car, that's a lot of maintenance. That costs a lot of money. I've talked to people before about, like, having cars, and it's like one of those things where it's like, why don't you have a car? Well, that would be... A car is a couple $1,000s investment. That is however much gas, and yeah, sure, gas would be cheaper. But then it's also registration. I have to deal with registering it every year. I have to make sure it has a warrant of fitness. If something breaks down, that's on me to fix. It costs me money. On the bus, okay, $2. $2 and I get where I need to go. If I'm lucky and I don't spend a lot of time in all the places that I need to go, it even maybe just cost me $2 to get there and back. You know, it's one of those things which is so much better for people. And sure, there are places I can't reach via bus, but I'll try. You know, like I can, like, I know I have friends in different places that can be like, oh, you've got a car? Sweet, let's drive somewhere. I 100% agree, but do you find it okay if someone hires someone to drive them, their family, and all of their luggage to the train rather than take a bus? I think that hiring, I think that hiring or renting, I think that it's a good I think it's a good idea to have options for for renting, I think that is a good thing, because like sometimes there will be need for different forms of transportation. Sometimes people need the convenience of a car, especially if they have let's say they live in some place that doesn't have bus service, that doesn't have train service. Obviously train service should make the best effort to try and provide train service to them, but sometimes that's not always possible. So I think that it's okay, but I wouldn't want it to be something that is too widespread, because there is a point where there should be like stations that you can just walk to and like get on. And if you make it too widespread, then you just introduce more traffic again. I think that the best option is to make it so that if there is a need in some areas for personalized transport, then that can be used. Sometimes it will even be needed for just transporting goods. Like if I want to grab something from let's say Kmart, and I need it driven. Like, it's like a big thing. I'm going to need that transported to my house in some way. I can't walk it there. I can't put it on the bus. But, and there will be a need for things like that. But I think people need to be, like, let's say that no one in my family has a driver's license. Yeah, like, obviously that's fine. Like, I think I would prefer, actually, that in a more taxied kind of system. Right? Rather than a system of everybody is expected to have their own personal vehicle. And actually, I talked about maybe having certain vehicles to rent for or hire, I suppose is best. And people seem to get mad at it, and people don't like the idea of renting. And, I get it. Renting a house sucks. I'd rather own my own property. Because, why? Because then I don't have to pay, rent all the damn time. Right? The cost of living for me would go down if I didn't have to rent. Actually, the cost of rent is going up soon, which is annoying. So, anyway, so cost of renting is a lot. I think that people look at renting houses and don't want that for everything. If you have to rent a car or a vehicle for something, if it were a thing, people look at that and they don't like the idea, especially given that a car these days is quite necessary to get around. it's quite often you can't walk to the supermarket and a car is deemed necessary. And like in that case, I can get wanting to own a car. But in a more ideal society where you can just take the bus, I think that when a car is not a necessity, it should be that things are rented. I think that renting is perfect for things that aren't necessities. Like if let's say you rent a dryer. You don't need a dryer to dry your clothes. You've got a clothesline. But it's a thing that would be helpful. But you can't afford let's say you can't afford the full price of a dryer. And so you rent one. And for like the winter month, for like a few months in the winter. Then that could be something that might be a bit more on the side of, on the more helpful side, because you don't have to spend all that money, at least not up front, to buy a dryer, and you don't need to, and it's not going to, overall, it's not going to cost you more than a dryer. That's if the renting is good. And I think the problem that we run into a lot of times with housing is you are paying all that cost. You don't have the option to not use rentals in the case of housing. It's either you rent a house, buy a house, or you're homeless. But buying it is so unaffordably large that that's not really an option. But if you could buy it, and in fact, if you could get a mortgage, quite often getting a mortgage on a house would actually be cheaper. Like paying for mortgage and rates would be cheaper than renting, because what's included in your rent is paying for the person who owns the house, paying for their mortgage and rates. If you live way out in a rural area, you are a contractor that on a job that requires a vehicle, then I find owning a vehicle would be reasonable. Yeah, like absolutely. If it's something that is necessary, I understand wanting to own it. But like we get into this like problem where we're so obsessed with owning everything, or owning things and like shying away from renting. Because often renting has been exploitative, especially when it comes to housing, that we shy away from it even in situations where it would be beneficial. You know, you do not need to own a moving van if you do not move things every day. If you move things every once in a while, you do not need a moving van. Like, let's say you move things like, let's say you move large items like once every couple of years. You do not need a moving van. You just need to rent one every so often when that is a requirement for you. And sometimes stores will even have like delivery things where they'll just deliver it for you. You do not even need to rent the like obviously you'll have to pay for delivery, but you do not need to rent the moving. It'd be like, in a way, like buying from Amazon and then like imagine owning a plane or owning a drone that goes to the Amazon service so that you could pick up your package. Like, just let Amazon, like, it's not a terribly large delivery fee. Just let Amazon deliver it. Yeah, rent the van or pay a service. Yeah, like, don't be scared of renting. Sometimes it can be helpful, but there are times when I would prefer that either renting was a lot cheaper or wasn't just paying for someone else's investment. U-Hauls are great. I'm moving in August, so I'll be renting one. Yeah. Like you're moving in August, rent a U-Haul. That's a great idea. You don't have to own a U-Haul. I love that idea. I want a drone now. I do not suggest that. I do not suggest buying a drone to grab your packages from. I'll go with brick and mortar stores rather than give Amazon money. Actually, I agree with that. I do think I would rather go to a place in person. I do actually avoid using Amazon. Too late, damn. Really impulsive, aren't you, Jessica? But yeah, like that. I think I kind of have this thing where I don't like how often how like renting is this bad thing when it does have its uses. It's just that sometimes it's like predatory in a way. Where it's like, oh, ultimately you're going to be paying more than, like, by renting a house, you're going to ultimately pay more for that house that you don't own. Whereas, like, the point of renting should be so that should be for things that you don't need, that you want to have, that aren't required, that you can opt out of. And because you can opt out of it, it can be cheaper to rent than it would be to own that object. I could save so much money on takeaway orders. I'll get a tablet attached to the front with a video feed on my face, like in Big Bang Theory, to pick it off everything. I'll never have to leave home again. But the fun part is, the problem with that is that it's harder to demand the manager. It's hard, like, if you go in, you if you go into a store, right, and you want to speak to the manager, you can yell at them to speak to the manager. You need a really big speaker on the thing to ask to speak to the manager, and that may exceed the drone capacity. See, I think about these things. And you can't, like, you can't, like, throw the order back at them as well. Like, with a drone, you can't harass minimum wage workers. That is a joke, by the way. Do not harass minimum wage workers, please. They do not deserve it. But yeah, also, like, you could rent a drone. What if you rent one? You don't need to own it. That's like my whole point here. You don't need to own everything. Like, obviously there are things that are better to own, like my PC. I don't exactly want to rent that, but like there are times when it's like if a video game console sometimes sound like, if you don't play a lot of video games, but sometimes you want to play like certain video games, you could rent a video game console for like a year, and then maybe that could be cheaper than actually buying the console. We do live in this. I couldn't imagine doing without dryers during cold or rainy days. Meanwhile, my girlfriend and I use the laundromat down the street, plus some apartment buildings have dryers in their basement. Yeah, I actually have sometimes gone down to a laundromat to wash things, because like I've got other things I need to wash at the same time. I mostly am thinking of one time when things got thrown up on. Like my whole bed and everything like got thrown up on, and so like there was like 3 separate loads that we had to wash, and I was like, okay, we're going to, like, I think my heavy blankets got washed at the laundromat, whereas like my hoodie got washed at the person who threw up on its place, and my sheets got washed in my washing machine. So it was parallel processing, an important concept to know about. But yeah. Anyway, I think I'm going to end up the stream. I've been yapping for a while. I've been like working out, am I getting sick? Am I not getting sick? I've got like a stuffy nose, but like, and you probably heard that, but also like, and like, I feel tired. I don't know if I'm going to be, how many videos I'm going to get done this week. I kind of wanted to make more than one video, but you know, we'll see. But yeah, I will, so yeah, leave a like and subscribe if you like the stream. If you want me to yap about things on if you like, actually, one of the best things to do if you want me to yap about something is just like type in chat. I may miss it. Sometimes I am not looking at chat. I tend to look over this way sometimes, whereas chat is over this way. Like, I know that it looks like I'm looking at chat if I look over this way because, like, chat is right here. But, like, actually, the way that it is on my PC is over there. So confusing, I know. I don't want to put it on that side because alignment. But anyway, I will see everyone in the next video. It's a fun video. Make sure you go check that out. Have the best and most community building weekend possible, everyone. Yeah. Go hang out with people if you can. Stay safe and everything. Right, I will see you all in the next video. Between you and me, thank you for watching.